Honors. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to Werewolf Wednesday. For those who follow on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and those who follow my several TikToks under HCS895. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is having a blessed evening. We had a great show last night. I think we went out for about 7 hours, somewhere around there. Uh, Let me share this link to the groups that I shared to real quick. I hope everybody's having a wonderful night tonight. Here we go. I'll share it up. I'll share it up. Share it out. Who we got? We got Plymouth Pugui. We got Andres Carizales. How you doing, Andres? Hope you're doing great. I was trying to work on some pictures earlier, but man, I was just reviewing some of the old footage from Elms Grove and stuff like that. So no, just remembering the things that I went through there. Where I was fighting spiritually in Elms Grove. It's kind of like the things that are in spirit. They know they know if you're going through something. They know you have a spiritual opening. So they see that opening and they try to attack. That's what happened to me in Elms Grove. I think I got a picture of me, and I think the opening I had is when I had a blood clot on my left leg. I got a blood clot when my son was around 2.5. I think I was like 32, 33 years old when that happened to me. Uh, then got another one like in 2011. I think I got like three in total, but it's on the same foot, on the same leg. I think it's a combination of a lot of things. But yeah, I got a picture of me with a stick that I had a stick in my hand. I think I might have sent it to Facebook. Let me double check. Let me get out of here. Alrighty. But today is Werewolf Wednesday. See what I got here. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a pretty nice shirt, brother. Let me make it bigger so y'all can check it out. Close up of it. There you I know Werewolf Wednesday was cousin Jesse's favorite day. I haven't heard from him in a while. Uh, I figure he's busy doing rehab and stuff like that. But he always knows he's welcome here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Whenever it feels better, uh, we'll be waiting here for him. Uh, but for the meanwhile, the show must go on. Got to keep on going, moving forward. So I think I have some pictures I wanted to share with y'all before we start talking in depth and stuff like that. They're known many names. Lycanthrope. They're known as werewolves. Some people call them dogman. It's kind of like this. If it was a dog man, it would look like a dog. But if it looks more of a wolf, then it would be a wolf man, right? Kind of like imagine a dog man looking like a chihuahua with the face of a chihuahua. Yeah, he might have a big body, but the face of a chihuahua, or a dog man with the face of a poodle. And you're looking at it, you know. I think the chihuahua would be kind of vicious, if it's got a lot of teeth in his mouth. I'm just, giving an example where when somebody says dog man, you got to think of maybe, different dogs, and that it has a body like this kind of body, but with a face of a canine, face of a Saint Bernard, a face of a pit bull, a face of a German Shepherd, and you name it, right? But it's possible that they can manifest to look like that. The DDN, they can manifest into anything, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I can share a picture here. Let me go into the archives here so I can share a picture with y'all. Yes, yes, brother. That's real MMA. I did an interview about a month ago or month and a half ago. I totally forgot about it, because he said that, or maybe possibly like almost, yeah, like a month and a half, 2 months ago. And he said that it was going to take a while by the time he put it out. So he told me around the time frame of this month that he was going to put out the video. And I guess the video came out today, like maybe 8 hours ago. It's already got like 10,000 views or something like that. And it keeps on going up and up and up. Yes, I was seeing some of the comments there, or what the people were putting, and the people enjoyed the video. Yes, on lurks beneath. Yes, I try to talk as much as possible and beef it up for the viewers. Just throw it all out there to uh, keep the viewers just listening. So that's the way I said a lot of things in there. Just kept on talking all the way through. Just he let me just talk. So, and I'm thinking that when I seen the video, it's one of those videos that's, you could say, action packed, because there's just going from story to story to story to story. And he told me that he would like to have me back on the show. I don't know when, but we'll see how this video does. Yes. Well, you're from How you doing, Sister Rhonda? Welcome to Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Uh, yes, tonight is Werewolf Wednesday. You know, my cousin Jesse, we got him in prayers right now. He's recuperating from, he had a stroke. He's recuperating from that, but Werewolf Wednesdays, he liked the name Werewolf Wednesday. So on Werewolf Wednesday, we just put on shirts, like, for example, this one, you know, because he's my co-host, and I'll put on the werewolf shirt, and he would have a werewolf shirt on, and we just share pictures and stuff like that. Uh, so that's what I'm going to look for, a picture to share with y'all right now. So yeah, we have fun here on Werewolf Wednesday. What I might do, um, I've been trying to do things a little bit different. What I might do is, if people have a dogman story or werewolf story or something that happened to them, that they witnessed something, I might give you the platform here tonight. Do something a little bit different for the viewers. We might have we could have a open mic night tonight for Werewolf Wednesday if somebody wants to share a story, or I can share videos of things that I've captured and pictures, like I normally do. Uh, Another thing, that when we talk about werewolves and things of the nature, there's other things that can manifest to look like dogmen. And gypsies believe in the werewolf, but they also say that the werewolf is a supernatural being. The lycanthrope is a supernatural being. The skinwalkers and shapeshifters that they uh, messed with, uh, witchcraft and necromancy, they also say that the lycanthrope is a supernatural being, through the witchcraft and necromancy, which is demonic in nature. Uh, and it goes on throughout history of how they've been uh, in line with, from the beginning of time, these supernatural beings, and they're amongst us. They've been amongst us for a very long time, and they're still here, but they're in disembodied form. If they can generate enough energy to take a full manifestation, to look of the appearance I want to take, it's just not a dog man or a werewolf lycanthrope appearance that they can take. They can take any beastly manifestation. I've heard of where people say they've seen one with that looks like a bull face, seen some that said that looks like a bear face. There's some that say that looks like a Bigfoot, and just different manifestations. And they can shape shift. That's what it is, right? From They can shape shift simultaneously, like from 1 second or milliseconds to another, shape shift like that to different forms, where you could be following one, and next thing you know, you lost his track because he disappeared, but it could be right beside you in a form of a bush, or a form of a tree, because they can use Mother Nature itself to manifest, to look like Mother Nature itself, could turn into a rock, a piece of wood. Yeah, I'm gonna share the picture. I'll share a picture, one that cousin Jesse likes. He calls it the cocaine werewolf. But let me share it with y'all. Let me find it first before I share it. Okay. For those that are coming from looking for beneath, welcome. I hope you all enjoyed the live that I got blessed to do, that I was invited to do. It was my honor to do that live. I hope y'all enjoyed. what I was speaking about there in the content. Okay, let me see if I can find this picture of there he is. Okay, so we can have him as a co-host right now. Yeah, here we go. I got the original picture of how tall it is, but I'll show the close up of it. Okay, here we go. Let me share this to the viewers. There he is. He'll be my co-host for tonight. There you go. That's the one cousin Jesse calls cocaine werewolf because he's got white on his nose. But in Central Texas, where I reside, uh, it's more of a shapeshifter skinwalker because there's a lot of native Indian burial grounds that got built over. So I guess the spirits of probably shaman or the shapeshifter skinwalkers, they roam Central Texas. They're everywhere in Central Texas, at the lakes, neighborhoods. I used to see them at Fort Hood all the time, where I could be doing gunnery. I'm in the military, serving the military 10 years, and I could see this tall shadow figures moving down range. Mind you, we have night vision, so through the night vision, it's not reading uh, any energy. The only thing we're seeing is something dark, tall, moving down range, and we will see uh, and we would only see their dark silhouettes, but they had no energy. The tank has a laser. I will laze I will laze on the object that was moving, but it would go right through. It wouldn't give me a reading of how far it was because it was a dark void or a dark shadow. So if you lays onto them, it's not going to give you a distance of how far they are because the only way it'll give you a distance if it's reading some kind of temperature, like if it's something, it's got some kind of heat, right? Something that's alive. If it's a vehicle with an engine on, it's going to read that. But something that has no heat, it's just not going to give you a reading at all. And that's what it would do. So I will have to report it to the tower, to the range control, because when it's supposed to fire rounds if there's somebody downrange. So we would call tower, say, hey, we see some movement downrange. Uh, there's like six of them moving downrange. So on the towers, they had the tower has their own night vision, so they will look through the tower and they will see the movement too, but it's not reading no heat signature. And they're like, well, let's go see what it is, because sometimes it was cattle, because there's ranchers and the cattle roam onto the ranges and the cattle die or get killed, then the government has to pay for those cattle. But I know it was no cattle because it was walking on twos. So there goes range control. They make us traverse or turn to the rear. We have to clear our weapons, and we have to place the green chem light, saying we're green to green, which means we're not hot no more. And then goes range control to go investigate down range, and they would never find nothing, but they will see the same things we were seeing. Then they will come back and they will say, "It's all clear, it's all clear. We're going hot back again." But yeah, a lot of activity of shapeshifter skinwalkers. Here's an example of one right here. You think it's behind a bush, right? How you doing, Sister Edna? You think it's behind a bush, but it's not behind a bush. Is up high, very it's up high. It looks like a bush, but it's up beside a tree. I'll show you the full picture in a moment, but I just wanted to show the close up of him. He's like I got another one where it's flipping me off. Since it's our shapeshifter skinwalkers, they can speak. Because there were human beings at once. So I had one that said to me, "Run," like several times. Then as I got close to it on the video, he called me marranito. He called me little pig, and I had caught it on the recording. Now that I hear my earbuds, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna make a short reel when he called me marranito. But they know Spanish, they know English, and I'm more sure they know all other kinds of languages. But yeah, they can mimic. Uh, they're mimic experts. They can mimic a doorbell. They can mimic a wind chime. They can mimic a weed eater, a lawnmower, uh, a horn. Mimic voices. So they can mimic your loved ones. For example, if you're at the park and you hear, for those that are married or have a brother sister, well, imagine one of your loved ones calling you to go into the woods, but you're not seeing them, and you say, "Where are you at?" And they tell, "I'm over here. Come on, come in, come in." And you're walking. One time, that's what happened. Is I'm hearing my sister calling me that she's on the path, and I start walking towards the path, and then my sister yells from a distance from the house, and I was like, I looked up to the house and I see the path, and I said, "Oh shoot, that's not my sister calling me into the path." So I go and I tell my sister what happened and stuff, and she's like, "What?" I said, "No," but that path she will cut. She would take the shortcut because the shortcut to go like you cross on top of a bridge, get on top of a bridge, go to the nearest store. She would always walk to the store for exercise, right? She would cut through the path, so uh, it knew her spirit. It knew how her voice sounded. So yeah, you got to be careful. I believe that these beings, whether the DDN, shapeshifter skinwalkers, whatever people want to call them, that they've lured a lot of people into the woods, and I believe that's why we have so many people missing 401 cases, especially children. So what I'm gonna do? Let me see who we got. We got here, Sister Brenda. Oh yeah, Sister Rhonda. A lot of encounters on Fort Hood. I used to see them. I was a tanker, so I will be in Clabber Creek. There's a lot of activity in Clabber Creek because there's a mountain range near Clabber Creek that you cannot go on the mountain range. If they catch you going up the mountain range, that's an automatic Article 15, impossible chapter out of the military because it's always guarded by MPs. So that mountain range is a native Indian burial ground, and from that range, there's a street in the middle, right, that goes to the ranges. There's another mountain range to the left of it. Well, I think there's activity up there too on that mountain range because I witnessed something there when I used to work for the S3, which is Center of Operations, where we set up a talk and we know where all the tanks or all the equipment for the battalion or the brigade, right, or battalion is. And there was activity up there. There was Bigfoot activity up there, where you could hear banging the rocks, and I had an experience where I was filling up the generator. The generator keeps the lights on for the talk, where the the major and the colonel come drink their coffee or whatever, and we have the layout of where all the tanks are at. Generator had run out of mo gas, so when I go service it, I was filling it up. As I was filling it up, that's what I was in charge of, is driving to the locations, setting up the talk, bringing down the talk, and then generator, service it, the generator, keep it going at all times. So as I'm filling it up, it's raining out there. Right? It's raining. I got my mop gear on, my Gumby suit. It's all OD green, right? I got the little hoodie on, and I'm filling it up, and I got my Kevlar on. Next thing you know, I just start hearing things dropping like around me, and I'm looking, and these big old rocks are being thrown at me from over the bushes. I mean, there's rocks landing all around me, and one of them hits me on the head, and it bounces off the head, and I'm thinking it's my NCO messing with me. So I fill up servicing the vehicle, and I'm pissed. I mean the generator. So I'm upset. At this time I'm like 20 years old. I go inside the talk, and I tell the NCO I see, "Hey, why are you messing with me? Why are you throwing rocks at me?" One of them hit me on the head, from my Kevlar. He looks at me, and he's just in his regular BDUs with his cup of coffee. He's not even wet. And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I've been in here just waiting for you to turn on the lights, And then I said, "Oh." So I left it alone, and I was trying to figure out what was throwing the rocks at me. So the following day, because I had the night shift in the morning, I get off at like around 8 o'clock, and I'm walking back to there's another tent where the people that do the day shift sleep, and I'm supposed to sleep, but they normally jump talks in the morning, where sometimes I wouldn't get no sleep. So I'm going to the tent, and I could hear the sergeant major pissed off. He's cussing, and he's saying, "Who's a sick mother that did this over here?" And he's pissed off. I mean, he's throwing a fit out there. So I go up and I say, "What's going on, sergeant major?" And he's like, I said, "Look at this. Some sick mother did this right by the tent." There was a big pile of crap. I've seen cow shit before, horse shit before. It was huge. A big pile of crap by the tent. So since I was lower rank, I got stuck on the detail. Imagine pulling a night shift, getting hit by rocks that are being thrown. Then I get stuck on the detail of shoveling the shit and getting away from moving it to a different location, away from the tent. So that's what I had to do early in the morning. I believe that whatever was there, whether it was a shapeshifter, skinwalker, because they can manifest, whatever was left a mark in there to let us know, hey, this is our territory. It's like marking a territory. But when you're in the military, you're just doing the mission that is given to you. You're not thinking about Bigfoots. You're not thinking about lycanthropes. You're not thinking about shapeshifter skinwalkers or anything like that. If you're given an order, you got to follow the order, right? So we're just worried about accomplishing the mission. But yes, I believe there was activity on all the ranges that I've been on Fort Hood. There was activity in each range and all that land, because it used to be native land. There was activity of Sasquatches and of werewolves, or what people want to call dogman. There was activity in all those ranges. Okay, let me catch up to the comments. Thank you, Sage Cooley. Sister Edna, I haven't heard nothing from him. I know he's recuperating. Is I'm getting him space, for him to recuperate. Just giving him his space and keeping him in prayer. Yeah, brother Law Morgan, they can climb trees. They can be low to the ground. That you don't think there's nothing low to the ground. It could be in a low crawl, uh, just there looking at you from underneath the bushes. Uh, it could be on top of the trees. Uh, it can be blending in within the bushes. They use Mother Nature itself. So just by this picture that I'm showing you right now, it looks like he's on the ground. But I want to show you in a moment that this is my cousin Jesse calls it cocaine werewolf. So because of the white on his nose, right? But I'm going to show you that it's not on the ground. That's just a close up of it. I'm going to show you exactly where it's at in a moment. Let me look at the comments. Uh, uh, you're welcome, Sister Edna. Yeah, so I'm gonna share a couple of stories. If anybody has an encounter or an experience with a werewolf, lycanthrope, dogman, shapeshifter, skinwalker, wendigo, because they all fall the same category. I'm going to drop a link right now. If anybody wants to share a story, I will let you tonight here on Werewolf Wednesday. Yeah, I got some other ones where they don't look so nice, where they're showing teeth and stuff like that. There you go. There's cousin Mario. Hola, primo. He's saying that he has a long road of rehab ahead, but he's hanging in there. Yes, cousin Jesse is a warrior, and I know that with the if he listens to going through the rehab, that he will recuperate from what he's going through right now. It's just going to take time, but I know he can do it because it's within him. He's got a strong mind, and I know he can do it. So I'm gonna drop a link here to whoever wants to share something, or maybe if cousin Mario wants to jump on talk about cousin Jesse for a little bit, you're more than welcome. I'm dropping the link here. There's the link, and I'm gonna look for the other picture, the full picture, so you can see how big it really is. The one that cousin Jesse calls cocaine werewolf. Yeah, everybody's been keeping him in prayer here. Primo, cousin Mario. We got him in prayer here in spiritual encrypted encounters. Okay, let me go look. What I'm gonna do? Let me see if I can find it. Find a picture to share with y'all. I think I got the picture here. I'm gonna send over in a moment. Let me get to it. Let's see. Okay, I send the picture. Let me show you the original picture because this is a close up of what cousin Jesse calls cocaine werewolf. So here's the original picture. The original is from a screenshot of a video because I was doing a spiritual live on that path. So here we go. There it is. It is the original. I'm doing a live video, and this is like in 2016, and it's up here on the tree. There's one here. There's one standing right here, and a possible another one here on this edge, and possibly more here. But this one for sure, you could see it. Maybe you can see the face of this one, but there's one standing right here also behind this tree. That this one's probably like 12 foot tall, but this one is very tall. I don't think it's standing on a tree because this tree is skinny. So it's literally, if it's standing, it's real tall. So that's probably like a good 15 to 16 feet tall, possibly, or taller. So that's the original picture right there. It's one here, one here, one here, and possible others here that have surfaced up in the picture. Because nearby here, there's a portal, and I'll show that portal in a moment to y'all. But I'll leave the picture out there just to see what y'all think. So let me share just the photo so y'all can see it where it's standing right there in the background. This is pretty tall, and that's in Elms Grove Estates in Killeen, Texas. That's in Elms Grove, Texas. Oh, I mean Elms Grove Estates in Killeen, Texas. Sister Brenda Bucks used to work nearby where I used to live. Yeah, cousin, I can make it closer. Which one do you want me to? I'm gonna blow up a couple of them. All right. Okay, let me get to that right there. What I'll do is I'll blow each section where I see one, so y'all can check it out. All right, I cropped some of them out. Let me send them over. Yeah, here we go. Let me share these pictures that I cropped and send them over. You see how they look on through Messenger. There you go. Let's take a look at them. This one is standing right here. You can see the nose right there. It's got the shape of the head here. There's the face, shoulders, and he's standing here looking at me. There's one there. It's a closer look at it. He's got the same nose as the other one. But that's his nose, and it's looking at me. There was several there that day. This one, so y'all can see that one. Let me go on to see what else we got here. There was one right here that was standing to this other side of my shoulder, and you can see the eyes, the nose, but he's standing there near me. Of course, we got him. You see, that's what they have in common is this nose thing. That the noses look the same. See the nose? The nose. Same nose. So if they got the same nose, where distincts them. So in that picture, there's already three with the same nose, and then this is just other ones that are possible. Like this one here might be a possible one because it's got a nose also. But I was just showing you the features, which is the nose. So if you look at it here, there's one right here. You can see the nose. The other one's here with the nose. and the one up on the tree is right there with the nose. And there might be others here that might be here also. And I'll show you the portal in a moment. So I just wanted you to pay attention to the noses. Not that they're doing cocaine, but they have the same nose. This uh, you see the nose right there? It looks the same. Same nose. So I'll leave it there for right now with the cocaine one. Yes, there's several there. How you doing? What is the name? Brandon. How you doing, Brandon? So what do y'all think about that, brothers and sisters? How you can distinguish them? How the nose looks. Now I could not see them physically that they were there, but the camera caught them on camera. I couldn't see them when I was recording there. I could sense movement in the woods. I could My senses were getting triggered where I could feel my hair follicles standing up, but I could not see them with a visual eye. But to me, it's because they're in disembodied form, in spirit form. But as I showed you, their noses of all three that I showed you look the same. Oh, there's somebody in the lobby. Okay, let me get them in here. I just seen that. How you doing?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
We got Paul. How you doing, Paul?
My name's really Paula, but I use Paul. I've been
Paul.
trying to get on your chat the last 3 times, and I can't join into the chat. So this is the only way I could contact you. So hope you can help me.
Yes, you're here right now. You're trying to get into the chat to where people are
Yes,
talking.
yeah. I've been subscribed for a while.
Yes, yeah. You should be able to. It's not allowing you to get into the chat on Restream. You're just viewing us off YouTube.
No, I've been on here for about the last 3 months.
Oh, so you're not able to see the regular chat of the people chatting on Restream.
I see
I'll see.
the chat, and where you get that part where it looks like it's the YouTube, it won't go above that. It just seems to disappear.
Oh wow. I think like right now, I don't know. If my brother was here, he would be able to tell you how to be able to look at the chat. But I can place a chat here on the screen, in which you can see what they're saying. Uh, like right there, did she actually get banned? So I don't know, Sister Cynthia. Can you see? Is it if she's blocked or something, Sister Cynthia? Can you check? Paul Louis. Yeah, we'll check to make sure that you're not blocked or anything like that. No, it could have happened that somebody accidentally might have blocked you. I've never seen your name before, so it maybe was one of the moderators or admins. I mean, moderators that might have done that accidentally. But we'll see if we can get it fixed. Uh, After the
It's
show,
only
we'll
been
we'll
about
get
the
it fixed.
last 3 chats.
The last what, ma'am? Oh, PRT chats. Yeah, I haven't. I've never seen her name before. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yes, but you're here, so you're not banned if you're able to log on here with me right now. You're not banned here on Restream. I don't know when you entered. There should be
I think
a
I got onto
section
your.
where
You sent out the.
That's right.
yeah. So you're ever able to click on the link and jump on here. Yes.
Yeah, just I can't
Okay.
chat
We'll- yeah. So we'll see if we can correct that,
because
Sister Neva's
it's
Angel.
such a wonderful show. I stayed up last night till late. Okay, so is that it now? So I just
Brother-in-law Morgan says the same thing. He doesn't let him chat on his regular account. Yeah, I think I will have to check, but I can do it right now. I will have to do it after the show to
okay.
see if somebody's blocked here through Restream. But so you're doing it off a different account. That's what you're saying right now.
Yeah.
No, this is no. I just clicked on your link.
Okay. Yes. So where are you from, ma'am? Let me take off
Sorry.
that.
No, that's
Where are
my
you
account,
from?
but I'm just saying it's Paul. Paula. I just use Paul.
Okay.
Same account, but just I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. If it's the same account,
Victoria in
I'll be able
Australia.
to find it. Okay, there we go. And I'll put it on this one right here. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into it after the show and see how good see if it's blocked or anything like that. But
Okay.
have you had any encounters, ma'am, with any kind of cryptids or werewolves, dogman, or anything like that? Where are you originally from?
All right. No, not really. We've got a echo, so I'm hearing it twice.
Yeah,
I'm from
I think it's
Victoria,
because
Australia.
you're on YouTube right now, and it's like a delay, so it's going to take a while by the time you hear what I'm saying. Uh, Sister Never's Angel said to try the chat again from Australia. Okay. If there's an echo, it's because you're probably viewing on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, I'm not sure if you're on YouTube or
Yeah,
Restream,
I think I
but
am.
so if you're on YouTube, then it's an echo from watching it on
Okay.
YouTube because I'm on Restream right now. So what I need to do is go check on Restream to make sure you're not blocked. If you cannot see the chat from Restream. Law Morgan says you have to turn the YouTube volume off if you're talking on the video. But then if she does that, she's not going to be able to hear what I'm saying. So, what kind of encounters have you had from in Australia, ma'am? Because we talk about everything here. We talk about supernatural stuff. You know, uh,
Mm.
I've heard stories of many things. I think one of the things, since this, today's Werewolf Wednesday, not to go off topic, but sometimes I hear that this dogman werewolf or familiars to witches, that there might be the familiar of a witch, that when they go show up, they go and investigate to see wherever the spiritual hit is. They go to see so they can send information back to the witch. That's one that I've heard. And the other one is when they see a dog man or Bigfoot or werewolf, that supposedly at the same time there's UFOs spotted in the air. So they all come together, in which they're saying maybe that a UFO has dropped them to do a surveillance on the land, like a recon. But then at the same time, we know that there's a lot of things, as in demons, they're able to do these manifestations. So, do you all have any kind of activity like this in Australia? Because I hear that there's locations where people wind up missing and disappearing in Australia, and like in the desert. Okay.
In we have a lot of national parks that I think David Pilates came out here one time to investigate. Yeah, so we have missing like you do in America in your national parks in Canada. But we have a yowl, which is similar to Bigfoot, and Tasmanian tiger. I don't know if you heard of. It's supposed to be extinct, but they've actually seen them.
Yeah, the Tasmanian one, it's like a wolf, right? The Tasmanian.
Werewolf.
Somebody says you have to click off your YouTube to, I guess,
Oh, okay.
shut off your YouTube so they can hear you better because it's echoing right now.
I'm
Are
not
you on two
sure
devices? Are you
how
on
to do that. It's like a
are
dog.
you on two devices?
It's got higher legs at the front, slopes down the bottom, and a long tail with stripes. I'm not that cluey on the internet, so okay. So I shut down this and then come back on.
Yeah, you just shut off the YouTube and leave your. If you're connected to the computer, just leave it on restream. But the YouTube, if you got the cell phone
Oh,
of the YouTube, just shut that off for right now, so it will stop
okay.
the echo.
I'll do this one here. I'll see what happens. Oh,
They call it the backpacker killer. There you go. Somebody from Australia. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that. Check the name to make sure it's not blocked on. No, I want to check on Restream and on YouTube. Let me see if I got uh, anywhere here where they got the names. I don't see it right now. I'll have to look after the show. Wow. Okay, here we go. I'll drop the link here again and put it up there. I'll paste it up on top for wherever would like to jump on. But I will continue to share, get some more pictures. But I want to share with your brothers and sisters is where that location is where I captured uh, what looks to be like a werewolf or a dogman, lycanthrope, shapeshifter, skinwalker is a portal. So in this picture, I'm in the picture with the same red shirt, and you're going to be able to see a portal up on top of the trees. Okay, so I'm going to share that with y'all. Okay, I think. Okay, here we go. Okay, same location where I captured that image. Uh, the one, the one that was standing was like around the standing on the ground is right here. There's a different angle of the path because the path goes this ways. You see the portal right here, brothers and sisters. The circular portal on the trees, where there are several that are. I'm going to take a closer look at it, but there's a portal here, right, where there's entities or whatever they are coming out of the portal. This portal is off the ground. It's up here in the air, and that's where they're coming through. Let me take a closer look at that. There we go. Circular, like a portal here. You can see one here where it's trying to manifest, where it's got the snout, the mouth, the eyes. There's a face right here, and I think one coming right out of the center here of this portal. So yeah, I'm just showing so y'all can take a closer look at this portal. I thought I was sharing it with y'all. He's not even sharing it. Oh my God. What's going on here? Okay, here we go. Let me see y'all can see that. There it is. Here we go. Let me explain it to y'all again. The portal is right here, brothers and sisters. This branch here is where the one that was standing on the ground. You can't see Cocaine Werewolf because it would be further to the right. There's a different angle. This is the path. The portal is right here, right above me. The circular portal. You know, sometimes people go to the woods and investigate. They said that they're going to go shut the portal, but they can't find the portal. But just by looking at it, you know, it could possibly be a giant face there. Just looking at this portal, like a giant face right here. So let's take a close look at the portal. And there you go. Tell me what y'all see, because from a distance, there looks like a giant face here. But then at the same time, by the edge of the portal, I could see another face right here. So Ivan Millet is a well-known serial killer. Okay, Sister Cynthia, I'll check. Yeah, well, this section right here in Elms Grove is right near a creek where there's a lot of limestone. So I'm thinking that the limestone, they're using the energy of the creek, of the running water, and when the sun hits in the limestone, they're using that energy to manifest. But the portal might have been there already, that got placed on the land when the Tonka ones, the natives that used to live in Central Texas, that they might have left an open portal there, in which there could be a lot of activity. That's why there's a lot of activity there. I could take a little closer look at that one right there, at that portal. I'll see if I could give it some color to see what it would do if anything stands out. There we go. Okay, here we go. I'm fixing to share this. I give it a little bit of color so you can see, y'all can see it better. All right, let me go to it. Take a closer look at this portal. There you go, a little bit closer look at it. I give it a little bit of color, but you can see definitely something here. Uh, Face right here, but then also a face here, and all that is coming out of the portal that's up there on top of it, that's up in the air. Yeah, that portal that's right there reminds me of something that I got here. Let me see if I can get it. It reminds me of this black obsidian, uh, circular. It's like a mirror, and if it's got a reflection, then that could be a portal. That's what that reminds me of because it's circular. So if you got black obsidian and it's black like this, you got to be careful with it because it's got reflection and things can go through it like a mirror. So you have to be careful when you have a black obsidian because things can transfer through it like a portal. It's flat. It's got a reflection. Yes, Sister Bonnie. Yes. Yes. Yes, Brother Sage Cooley. A lot of murders there, a lot of accidents on the highway. A lot of crazy stuff that's happened there. So the original picture is this, but you can see the portal that is pretty huge, but it's behind me. I just want to share that with y'all. No, I think just trying to change it up a little bit for the viewers here. Yeah, there's a lot of activity there, brothers and sisters. A lot of activity. I have a video. Y'all want to see? I got a video of a shapeshifter skinwalker where it's in the manifestation of a lycanthrope, a werewolf, where it's following me because I'm walking by the edge of the creek and I'm recording, and it's following me. And as it's following me, it opens his mouth and sticks out his tongue and is looking at me. But on the video, you could say where it's saying run, it's telling me to run. Let me get that video for y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna show you that one where it's following me along the. Okay, shorts. Let me get to that video. All right, I found it for y'all. Let me share this short reel with y'all. While I'll share this, I will go take a little restroom break, and I'll let y'all watch the short reel. Here we go. Let me place it on for y'all. And here we go. And I'll be right back. There's the short reel for y'all, brothers and sisters. am back. Let me check up on the comments. How you doing, brother Josh Turner? I do want to go back to that area and investigate in the woods one day. But if I do go, I won't go by myself. I'll try to have somebody with me because that area is hot and heavy, and if the thing that I'm showing you right now, uh, Skinwalker, whatever it is telling me to run, and I gotta. This is a close up of it. I'm gonna show the original video in a moment. I was just trying to give you a little sample of it. I'm sure the original video, how tall it really is compared to me, because in the original video you could see where I'm walking, you could see the tree line, and then you're gonna see that. How you doing, brother Josh? I see brother Josh right there. I'll drop a link. See who wants to jump on. I'll drop a link there. Whoever wants to jump on. Yeah, I got the original video. I'm going to show the original video to her right now. This is from an old video. Well, as a matter of fact, my wife had took me there, and I told her that I wanted to do a quick investigation. This is like a 35-minute video. I captured a lot of things, but as the sun was setting, I captured that where it's telling me to run. It says run. If you put on the headsets and debunk the video, you hear the word saying run several times, and then it calls me marranito, calls me little pig. So I'm gonna go look for the other video where it shows the how big how the woods looked and how tall it really is. This was just to try to show you a close up of the face. So let me get to that real quick. If I can. Okay. I'll stop sharing for right now. I found the video, so I'm going to share it with y'all. How you doing, brother Scott Baker? So I'm going to share the original video, brother and sisters. Thank you, sister Cynthia. Here's a shirt. So here's the original video. I'm fixing to share it with y'all. I'm going to put what I'm saying on there.
I hear owl. I hear owl. I hear owl.
I'm going to show where it's at. It's right here behind the tree, right there. Let me go frame by frame. See it right there? I do got a video of it of a lower speed so you can able to see it better. So I can put that on for y'all. Here we go. So y'all can see the movement, how it's moving. There it is right there. So there was a footage. Okay, let me stop sharing that for right now. Don't wanna tire your eyes, but there was the full footage of the video where it's moving behind me where all those trees are. There's a creek, and that's where it was traveling by the creek. So when you see it picking over, it's picking over above the trees, but it's by the edge of the creek, and he was looking. So we got, who do we got here? Yizamizzle. How you doing, brother Yizamizzle? You got brother Scott Baker. We have brother Josh here. I don't know what happened. Let me drop a link here. See who wants to jump on, or wants to share something. If he allows me, I put the link up there, up on top. Yeah, well, they blend in. Honestly, I don't think they like to be bothered because that's their territory, where they live. They do have the abilities, since they're dealing with the dark arts, witchcraft, necromancy. Um, they have the ability to send you a message telepathically. Uh, I remember I got a message not too long ago, like maybe like around 3 months ago, a message where it showed me a location and it told me to meet it there. He said he had beef with me. It said that the reason it had beef with me is because I urinated where it slept. Right, that's what it said. That I urinated where it slept. And then I was trying to remember. I mean, what is this talking about? The only time I remember that I ever urinated in the woods was when something came to my home in Elms Grove, urinated on my door, urinated on my sliding door, and it like urinated all around the house. There were spots everywhere, and it urinated on my car, on my truck. So it smelled nothing but like urine, right? So I was pissed off because it pissed all over my mobile home, my property. So I got up. It was still early in the morning. I went in there, did the sign of the cross, and I went there, and I started saying, "Oh, you want to come and disrespect where I live and piss at my home?" So I started going in. I went into that territory, and I started urinating and, excuse my French, pissing all over the place, on the trees, on the leaves. As I walked into the woods, I was peeing everywhere. And then I said, I hope this is a lesson to you, and you don't come back into my territory, because if you come back into my territory, I'm going to come back into yours. I'm going to urinate, and I will pray. I'll pray all day in your territory, you know. So that was that. But yes, basically it said he had beef with me because I urinated where it slept. And I know the layer. I know where the location is because that's the only location that I urinated. So I know where its layer is. How you doing, brother Scott?
Hey, how are you? It was a good show last night, man.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I had some streaming problems, but I mean, I was getting tired, but for some reason that stream was, I tried to reboot it or whatever, but then I said, you know what, I'm just going to go to bed. But on there 4 hours, and you were on there longer. So I did watch the rest of that. It's kind of fun. So you can go back, and revisit the podcast and, watch the comments and watch it and watch whatever happens. I don't know. That went on forever. Said last night, man. Oh my God.
Sister Madeline wanted us to go 24 hours. I said, God, I don't know about, I mean, I probably could, but I mean, when I was in my young prime, they called me the Energizer Bunny, man. I was a all-nighter, but I don't know, man. I'm older now. I used to do the night shift. So
Yeah.
I'll be working sometimes I wouldn't get no sleep because they jumped the talk when I was working for S3 for about a year. So I have to move the talk, drive to the different coordinates, the different alpha, then set up. By the time we set up, it's already like 4:30 and my shift starts at 6. So I get no sleep. So I'm used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a beef that Cocaine Werewolf has with me. That he's mad because I pissed on his territory, and I said, "Hey, you're the one that pissed on my door." And you know what? Even that, he did another one. Besides that, I moved to Temple, and I was living on the second floor of an apartment complex. Guess what he did? He came, pissed on my door, and pissed on my vehicle.
Yeah.
So I moved to a different location, and he followed me to the location. So I said, you know what? I'm tired of moving to locations. From now on, I'm just going to fight spiritually, protect my home. That's what I've been doing.
That's all you
I'm
can
not. I'm
do.
not. It's not that I was running away. It was just like I was moving because I thought that there was something wrong with the area. But I guess they follow.
Well, God's given us dominion over everything.
You're
We're
breaking up, brother.
this is our territory, and we can trample on scorpions and everything else. We tell dogmen to take off. Um, these are just hybrids from the Nephilim and whatever. Could be government too breeding these things, but we have the Spirit of God, and we're the children of the Most High. So we have, and we're, and darn well that, if we get in trouble and we ask for help, the spiritual realm, we're going to be, we're going to have a protection around us, like, and it could be like 20 angels with swords, like, don't mess with this guy, you're gonna end your fate, with this guy, So, everybody has to have that belief, and it takes knowledge and wisdom and belief and study to really realize that, we are so special on this planet. We're like, look what we can do. Look at just the human person, what they can do. They can do martial arts, they can do sports, they can write books. If you really think about all the attributes of this human that we are, it's like aliens, they got nothing on us. Got nothing on us, But, I just throw that out just to motivate people, like, everybody just believe that, there is a lot more that you were never taught from elementary school onward, because of this whole conspiracy about taking, actually I mentioned that a couple of nights ago about this Spanish woman. She was a military girl, and she was in she worked in the supply area where they sell all the uniforms and different stuff. And her mother is in Mexico, and she's like, back in the 1800s, or no, the late early 1900s, is their books were so sophisticated compared to now. This stuff that they have in books today is so lame, it's unbelievable. And I can't remember the subject. I think it could have been mathematics, but they were like learning, like trigonometry in like sixth grade, stuff like that. I'm just saying, I can't, but it was the way she was talking about her mom saying about these books, that you can't even find these books anymore, but that's what they were teaching back in those days. They were much smarter. Everybody's dumbed down now, So, it's about really, it's like praying to the Lord, get on your knees, and that's when God starts like opening up, and it could be the cryptids, it could be the heavenly realm, it could be nature. You look at nature. I don't know if you know this, and I just learned this like a couple months ago, that sunflower plants, they actually move, like, and I had those in Iowa. They actually rotate and follow the sun. They actually turn on their stalks. So, the sun rises in the east, so they're facing east. And when the sun goes down, they're facing west. What kind of intelligence is doing this, right? What kind of intelligence is behind this? So, this is God. This is God creating, plant life. This whole world is so special. It's so special. But I heard recently that I saw a video that these sunflower seeds are not turning anymore because they don't like the sun. They're not focused on the sun anymore. They're like, their backs are to the sun. So something's happening with this white sun. It used to be yellow, but it's white. and something's happening with the atmosphere or whatever's happening, whether it's man-made or we're trying to cover up something. But look at the intelligence. Sunflowers moving. I never knew that. And then I watched this guy's video and I'm going like, oh my God, because I had sunflowers. They're like really odd, plant. And but they follow the sun. They actually turn. I mean, what plant turns? I never read anything about that. Anyways, I'm just getting off subject matter a little bit, but pretty cool.
I want to share a picture. I know it's not dealing with the dogman, but it's something that's weird. It looks like an abomination. Just put it that way. I don't know what it is, but I want to share it here. It looks like a manifestation, but of a abomination, like a creature that I've never seen before. I'll show it to you. I'll share it right now. So I'm gonna take this one right here. This photo is of me here when I had the blood clot on my left leg. As you can see, I could I have a walking stick in my hand, and I need to use a walking stick to stay keep balance so I wouldn't fall. And that's what I used. I went in the woods and cut a tree, and I made a walking stick, a little tree, and I made a walking stick out of it to be able to hold myself up, because the VA didn't want to give me no cane or nothing. So you got to do what you got to do to survive, right? So let me share this other photo here. Okay, this is me. Now I got my some protection around my neck here. Of course, Jesus Christ is the ultimate protection, but you see something here.
Yeah, I can see there's like two eyes in there.
Yes, sir.
Black. Two kind of little yellowish eyes.
So I'm going to do a close-up of it. There you go. See something here. You can see it there. There's a close-up of it. I had noticed something on the close-up where, let me see where it's at here on my picture. Wow, it's crazy. Because when I was looking at the picture, I could see a eye looking at me. And now it's like can't even see the eye. Okay.
They say
the
these
eyes
creatures
right here, right
they're
there.
on fours. They're still 4 feet from the ground up. If they're even on their if they're on crouching or they're on their fours, they're still 4 feet up from the ground.
Yeah.
These things are huge.
Yeah. So I wanted to share how he's looking at me. It's not happy that I'm in his territory. Look at the face. It's like literally looking at me, because it's there, but it's not really there in full body manifestation, but it's manifested enough to show me its face, how it's looking at me. It's not too happy I'm there. Kind of like a grayish face. You see that, Brother Scott?
Kind of. Well, I don't know. I have to stare at a thing for a while. But, the other thing is, folks out there, you have to know animal behavior, too, of, a lot of it, they don't look at you directly. They, they shift around a little bit. So, this is a very heavy brush that they're in. So, and they only show you like one eye, because they're not, I'm not saying they're shy, but it's like they don't want to give away, because they, when you lock eyes on these things, and this is what I've read, I have never seen anything like this yet, but it's a different experience that you'll go through when you lock eyes on these creatures.
And the thing is, when you see them, brother and sisters, don't give power to them of what they're showing you, because that's what they want you to do. Want you to believe that what you're seeing is real, and they're not real in the flesh here. They're here in disembodied form. So what you do, whether they show themselves to you, or they make growling sounds, or they're mimicking voices, making animal sounds, pig sounds, hyena sounds, other animal sounds, which that those animals are not there in that territory because you've never seen them. So what you do is just go into prayer and rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ, because they're when they travel, they don't travel alone. They travel in many. So they come in many. They travel in a pack, or how the Legion travels in many. They're more than one. So I wanted to share that with y'all real quick. The one of the video that I showed y'all earlier, I have a picture of it where I just took I just worked in the picture so y'all can see the face of it. Let me see if I can find it. And I'm talking about the one from earlier, from the woods, where I was by the creek. Here's an image of it. Okay, I'll share it with y'all. And I noticed that it looks like it's got two horns right on the forehead. So let me share this with y'all. This image right here. There we go. We'll make it big. He's got his mouth open, tongue sticking out. You're seeing the teeth, and you see the horns right in the center right there. What that is, I do not know. Shapeshifter Skinwalker, maybe a possible Wendigo. But yeah, how the lady called it, the Yowie. I guess in Texas we call it the yeehaw, the yeehaw. Instead of the Yowie, we call it the yeehaw. No, I don't know. It's got horns right there, as you can see, right in the center. Let me see if I can point it out for y'all. It's got a horn right here and another horn right there. Let me try to get stop it on a good picture of it. I try to do different filters, but you can see something sticking up here and something sticking out here. Two of them. These are the teeth, and it's got his mouth open. That's the tongue. It's got a big jawline. Of course, you've seen it where it opens and closes its mouth, shows its teeth. Yeah, it was not happy I was in its territory.
Yeah, you're into heavy brush, aren't you, Abe?
What's that, brother?
Aren't you in heavy brush?
It was in a heavy brush. Yes, it was in the heavy brush by the creek. But he was standing over the trees. That's how tall it was. That his head was above the trees, looking at me. I try to give it different filters, because there's some people that probably can see it better in a different filter. But I'm just showing you how it was looking at me. It looked like to me like it was trying to change manifestations, because at
Yeah,
one
and
point in
that's yeah.
time, at one point in time, it looked like a bear. At the beginning, it kind of looked like a bear, but then as they kept on going, it started looking different. But I was able to see that he's got two horns right on his forehead. Possible shapeshifter, skinwalker, or Wendigo. I would think. Uh, I don't know, a werewolf with horns, but you know,
Some of these animals, they have a what they call in their fur. They call it ticking, Ticking, and each strand of their hair is 3 different colors, so they can turn and be like camouflage, you know. Um, uh, and you'll see a lot of these, like, and I'm just going to bring out for the fact these Abyssinian Egyptian cats. They have this kind of ticking, they call it, but this fur, we and that also could be them, like you said, it could be shape shifting on top of that ticking, so you get this blurriness out of it. I don't know, but that ticking is kind
well,
of like a camouflage for the fur.
on the picture is because the sun was already setting when I was walking out of there, so I had a little bit of light to work with to make it back to the vehicle
Mhm.
because my wife was waiting for me. Uh, but that's happened when I was leaving the area and the sun was already fixing to go all the way down. You could barely see the sun.
Oh, I
If
see.
but it knew when to come out. It came out when it knew it wasn't going to be able to be spotted that well. Like, it wasn't coming out where there was sun enough to be able to capture it. It came out when it knew it was going to be able to blend in with the environment, so I wouldn't be able to see it.
Yep.
But I was still able to capture it because there was enough sun to capture it.
Yep. Yep. And that camera again,
Yeah,
if you use the camera,
it
it's
said run like I
it's
think
picking
three
up.
times, and then when I was leaving to the vehicle, he said "Maranito." Maranito translation for that is little pig. Call me a little pig, but it's because it's that tall, it's that huge. So
Wow.
basically, if it's Nephilim, what was it? Said fee fi fo fum. I smelled the blood of an Englishman. Well, you see me as a little freaking pig. So what is that telling me that it is? If it's calling me a little pig, it's got to be something huge, way bigger than me. Or maybe it knows the story of the little pigs. The big bad wolf. you know, they've been here for a very long time.
Yeah.
So let me take that away, and
That's
we type on
interesting.
review this
The
picture
language.
in Jesus Christ's name, so it won't be able to affect any of the viewers here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. We also type and read the portal one and all the other pictures that I've shown. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name.
Amen.
Let me take that away. Don't want to leave it up there too long.
Yeah, I think where you live, Abe. It's pretty ripe for you know not just cryptids, but these manifestation of this shape shifting interdimensional you know creatures that pop out, and you're led to do that, being in the right place at the right time, and like I said, you live in that area that Texas is a huge state. I mean, it's gigantic. So, there's a lot of hiding places and breeding places, or, different areas for these things to manifest. Where, you know, you live in, like I was saying, I've lived in a lot of different states, but, you know, you're living in, you know, cold climates, you know, in half the year with sub freezing temperatures and snow. It just, you don't really think that anything is going to be out there, you know, trudging through the snow into the brush or that sort of thing. Obviously, it's pretty hospitable, you know, that extreme, you know, some of those area, you know, the states that have that 6 months of the year. So, you know,
I think
Texas.
there's like in Georgetown, they have underground caverns there. They have a location where you can go underground. There's
Mhm.
underground caverns, so I'm more sure there's underground caverns all throughout Central Texas too. So, you know, these Tonka ones, they live off the land. They the Taco natives that live off the land, they were woodlanders. You know, so they will make some of the huts that will make them out of just grass and branches. You know, but it's possible that some might have been living in the caves when they built uh, Belton Lake. The people that were doing the project, I think it was one of the Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys. Used to be a Dallas Cowboy. He would do that. You know, they built Belton Lake, and they ran into a cave, and this cave had a statue of an eagle in it. And when they fill up the water in Belton Lake, it covered up the cave. So there, you know, it's a possibility that there could be this. They used to call them dirty Indians. They might still be alive, living in the cave systems. They were cannibalistic, brother.
Yeah.
They would eat, you know, humans, and I'm more sure animals too. Cannibalistic. Are they still alive? Did they disappear from the land, or were there some that went underground? I don't know. I know in that creek there is a residue, or where it looks like there's a face of a demon on the creek bed. There's like two of them side by side that look like a face of a demon, or what we see as a dogman or whatever is embedded on the creek. I don't know if the water did it, but it looks like something used to be there. And right above that, there's a pile of rocks, like it was a cave or something blocked the entrance to something. But I never got the, you know, I'm a brave guy, but it's like I'm not gonna go underground if I find a cave and I don't know what's in there, right?
Yeah.
Because anything could be in there: rattlesnakes, wildcats, cougars.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if these things do exist and they're amongst us, well, they're just a whole different can of worms to open, right?
Yeah. I've done some of that cave. They call it spelunking. And, you know, they always say go with a buddy, you know, go with somebody. Just like I was telling somebody, you know, we had a show a couple of weeks about scuba diving. And, you know, I was licensed in that, but only as a sport diver. I can only go down like 100 feet. But you have people go with you in these caves because, but not me. You know, I was like, well, there's nobody around, so I'm going to go in. But yeah, you never know about, you know, these. You know, I did that in California, but also in South Dakota. I knew a guy that did the, you know, a lot of caves there. They did a lot of, there's a lot of silver uh, mining there, and they have a lot of caves that are mines that are off limits to people. But this guy, like, you know, he took me behind Mount Rushmore in his 4-wheeler, and we went into the side of these caves, and I'm like, I mean, I got like a mag light or whatever, but like you just brought up the fact that, you know, and I'm kind of thinking like, well, in caves, there's not a lot of sustenance for, you know, snakes and things like that. I mean, you know, because it's there's nothing really grows in there too much, but it does, you know, you do have to be careful about just what you brought up. But I think things like in the South, like Texas, Kentucky, you know, these caves, they get a lot of more amphibious type plant life and things, and you know, they're probably a lot more dangerous than they are, you know, in the say like Idaho or you know, these states that are kind of North Dakota, South Dakota. They're kind of a drier climate. It's almost like I shouldn't say deserty, but it's cooler. But those mines, they did a lot of mining in those days, the gold rush and silver mines and all that. And that's all through, you know, they're all through these states too. All this, you know, these spelunking caves and stuff.
I did see something in Elms Grove, on the other side of Elms Grove, where there's water where we used to go fishing. We would catch little, what do you call them? What are those little fish? Oh man,
Or the smelt, or those little like big
guppies,
minnows.
like little, yeah, like little guppies, or they're like around this big. They have different
Sunfish.
colors.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
take
You
my
know,
son. I'll take my son so we can go fishing, you know, and he'll be catching them. We just put them back in the water. There was one evening where we're fishing there, and the sun is starting to set, but we're still there fishing because it's fresh. And I see something come out of the woods in the far distance of the creek, and it's standing. It's huge, and it's looking at me, and I'm looking at it, and it's dark, and it looks like it's made of Mother Nature itself. You know how some of the hunters wear those ghillie suits that they have stuff hanging from their
yeah.
sides.
Yeah. It's kind of like vines
Well,
and stuff. Yeah.
that's what I seen, and I'm like, what the hell is that? You know, and I said, man, that's too big to be a person. So it's looking at me, and I'm looking at it, and I said, son, real, you're real, real, you're real, and I said, Dad, I want to go. I said, no, son, you don't understand. We have to go because we have to go. And then as we were reeling our stuff in, it's still looking at us. And I start grabbing my stuff, it turns around and walks back into the woods. Like it was letting me know to leave, you know, like letting me know leave.
Yeah.
So,
This
you
is
know, I left. So in that area, I'm thinking there might be something there, like might be an underground tunnel, a cave, or something. I just never went to go investigate in that area because I mean, who would want to go investigate that area if you see something that big looking at you, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the creek in that area, the creek bends. In that area, it bends. It goes a different route where it was standing. So you look at some of the comments here.
Yes, no doubt. You know, water attracts, you know, all mammals, animals, all kinds of life. You know, water attracts. And, you know, for us, you know, we love that beauty, you know, to go into the jungle or the forest or whatever. And you come upon a creek there and it's just, you know, it's just beautiful, you know. And, but it's not our territory, but it's, you know, we really like it, you know, it's nice, you know.
there's something strange about that area, man. I always felt that there was underground, something underground. There's some sewer systems, so the streets in Texas, it's got big holes underneath it, where you could literally walk underneath. And I'm thinking that there's tunnels there that run somewhere. I just never went to go investigate under the ground to find out where these tunnels run to. And the reason I don't go down there is because I'm thinking that maybe the wildcats use those tunnels as a den. Wildcats or cougars can be living underneath the street system. I remember my neighbor was one of the guys would say he would hear him growling underneath the street. So why was he hearing growling underneath the street? I do not know, but he said he could hear him walking and growling underneath the street. He's talking about the werewolves or dogman. Did he could hear him growling underneath the street? So only God knows the people that build that location, what they knew of the area, or maybe what they might be hiding in the area would be a question of whoever was the owner of that land. That maybe they knew something and maybe they hid something, and it's still there. Maybe if I was younger, I might go in there and check it out, but I don't know. I won't be able to run too fast now that I'm older out of that territory. I'm being underground. Would you go, Brother Scott?
What's that? Say that again.
Would you try to go underground and investigate?
Oh, I love stuff like that. I mean, when I used to live in Virginia and go in sewers. Like they'd have sewers. We lived out in the country, but the water comes in the street, it goes down the drain, right? So a lot of the sewers, they just, they were underground sewer pipes, and they would just run it under the ground like 6 feet or whatever it was, concrete sewers. And they were, we loved it because you go in there, it's 89 degrees, 100% humidity in Virginia, and you go into those sewers, and it's nice and cool, And we'd climb up through those sewers, and come up to where the water goes in, and hold our hands up there, and people would be walking by, help, we'd say, it was almost like that movie It, we'd be in those sewers, and we were, we're small. I'm like 6, 7 years old or whatever, but yeah, I was a daredevil from day one. I mean, somebody dare me to do something, I do it, So, but yeah, I'm not claustrophobic. So, I work maintenance, and I was like, you go up in the ceilings of all these buildings and stuff. And some of these people they're afraid to get on ladders even, they're afraid to even climb a ladder. And, it's like, are you kidding me? So I'm not afraid of heights, any small space. I'm not, any of that stuff. So always like that, plus nature, that's even better. Caves and all that stuff. They have lava tubes in California that are made by volcanoes. And actually I got creeped out because, I was way back in there just by myself. You're supposed to go with people. And, you come to these forks, and I'm putting rocks down. So in case my lights go out, I can crawl back with the rocks as my marker. So, I tell you one thing, when you're in these caves way back there, it doesn't matter what kind of light, even if it's LED, it is so black that your light, it starts to dim. And it's just because it's so pitch dark in these caves that, you need like 3 super powered LED 100,000 watt lights to keep everything lit, so you can so you're not disoriented. But if you're into that cave stuff, you got to be, the lighting is, it can all that high powered lights can get real dim. It's not the lights are going down, but it's just it is so black you can't see your hand in front of your, and you're just, it is so quiet, and your ears are like ringing, like you can hear your heart like pounding, because you start to get a little, not afraid, but you start to get a little, the reality sets in, and you're going like, what am I doing here? They have those lava tubes out in they call it the lava beds. I think it's Northern California, out there by north of Sacramento, I think. Yeah, I think it's at Mount Lassen. Somebody had made a comment. I think it's up in that area somewhere. You can just type that in, lava tubes, Northern California. But yeah, I like all that stuff. I was always a risk taker. Yeah, there's something up there, huh?
Yeah.
Look at that baby. He's a big one.
There you go.
He's a biggie. Look at that snoot.
You can see the arm right there too.
That snoot's got to be, that's thick too. That's you take a measurement of the width of that snoot, and that's pretty wide,
But you see how tall it is. Look at it.
Yeah, it's got to be 4 or 5 inches wide, that snoot, or
Yeah.
the muzzle.
It's huge, man. That's tall.
Can you imagine that mouth opening? How wide that thing can open up, be like a great white shark,
Chomp.
Just, you see dogs when they open their mouth, and show their teeth, or wide when they yawn. But you can imagine, how big that mouth is when it opens, it could be, it could be 12 inches, from the roof of the bottom to his roof of his mouth, Yeah, it's just like a head screwed on to the body, and no neck. It's just like, boom, head, body.
Yeah.
It's like like you said, that Rottweiler. What was it? Those dogs, Rottweiler, or pit bulls. There's really no neck. It's just all muscle. It's head and muscle, no real neck.
Yeah, I like sharing the videos here so people can check them out. I got them here on YouTube and on TikTok. I got a bunch of videos on TikTok of this DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim, how they look. And some of them look like Bigfoots, or maybe like a wolf man. I think here's a picture of one here. Let me share this one here. There's another one here. Let me share it. Check out this one. This one looks freaked out. Make it big.
Yeah.
What do you think about that one, Scott?
He's got a big black nose. I think we're so fascinated by these because, they resemble man's best friend, dog. And, we look at these beasts and, we kind of like gravitate like how beautiful they are in a sick way, like, God, you see some of these clear pictures and, but then you're going like, this guy's standing up, then that takes your reality and just like throws it in the trash can, that's no dog, I think dogman is a little, it's a little I first heard that word, and you go on the internet and it's nothing but cartoons they show, but this hellhound, which is more of a biblical interpretation of what these creatures are. So hellhound, that means, they have a resemblance of a dog, but they're from hell, right? So in my assumption, I think that's the best terminology, that or werewolf. But werewolf also brings that connotation, or for movies like Lon Chaney Werewolf, these movies, and but hellhound kind of brings into that biblical demonic angle to the conversation. But that's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one, man. Ooh.
It's like said I've captured a lot of crazy images of these things, man, and I said let me put on blast, because I think I got a video where there's one behind me and he's opening his mouth and closing his mouth, winking at me and stuff, winking at the camera or at the video.
Yeah. I mean, we're watching this. We don't get creeped out because we're watching this. But can everybody imagine if you're out there like Abe is doing it, and you're seeing, and he's taking pictures and he's in it, like he's seeing this? It's like how do you go back to sleep after you're seeing this stuff? I mean, I know you're very used to all this, but your whole reality would shatter.
Kind of like this one.
Oh man, that's a weird one. Oh yeah, ambush time.
It's like right beside me, man. Like it can reach out and touch me if we wanted to.
Oh yeah,
it's like right there looking at me. It's shapeshifter skinwalker.
You're just taking a picture, like you're just holding it with your left hand.
I was leaving the area because there was a lot of activity around me, and I was recording, so I'm walking, and I was able to capture this image.
Yeah.
And I took a screenshot of it.
I see. I gotcha. Yeah.
To get a close look at it, and I put different filters on it so people could see it. That's a shapeshifter skinwalker. Because it's got the face in the bottom and the hide of whatever he has on his head.
Yeah, that video, it just picks up so fast and spontaneous that only your periphery is probably, you're catching that too, aren't you? With your periphery.
Yeah, vision? I'm looking. I'm. What's happening is I'm sensing something beside me. I'm sensing that there's some energy, something right beside me. So I angle the camera while I'm recording before I'm leaving to see if I capture anything. But I'm sensing something right beside me. You can see my right eye is kind of like looking a little bit that way. I'm looking towards that section of the woods because I feel something there. So in my left hand, I got the camera up. So it can get a good angle of what's to the right of me.
Do you have that thing on a pole or something? One of those, No,
I just got it in my hand. Yeah.
You just got it in your hand. Okay.
I was actually doing a spiritual live when all this happened. I was hearing noises like something was running in the woods. So I said, okay, it's time for me to leave here. There could be a coyote or something. but I was able to capture that shapeshifter, skinwalker, Wendigo, whatever you want to call it, right? Manifestation, DDN. So I used to have a lot of pictures like this, and people will complain like, "How come?" They're like, first they say, "How are you able to capture something like that with you in the picture?" I said, "Well, it's not that I'm trying to capture it; it's just photobombing me,
Yeah.
because I'm leaving the area, and it just, it's trying to attack. Look how close it is to me, brother.
Yeah.
It's like right there by me. It's trying to drain my energy." But I wasn't afraid, no fear, no belief, and just I'm praying within myself with this photo. There we go. I'll get that out. Yeah, I have a lot of pictures like this, brothers and sisters. Yeah, so people will complain because I'll take a picture and I would circle or point an arrow to what was in the picture, but I would be in the picture too. So I said, okay, so I won't have to listen to people complain. Let me get myself out of the picture so they can see what's there.
No, it's better
But
to have you in the picture because it gives a perspective of how close or how far.
yeah,
It gives you in proximity. It's like, for example, people that they take a print of a Bigfoot, or they have a print, so they put their hand down there, or a dog, whatever. They put their hand down there to give the size of what it is. It gives you a measuring stick
yeah.
of what you're looking at. So you have to. A lot of people don't do that, and they take these casts and everything else, but it's like, it's better to, for somebody, they don't care about casts, of animal, making them, plaster Paris and all that stuff. That's like old fashioned stuff. So take the picture, put your hand down there, and then measure it, whatever.
So brother user Mizzle says, I'm looking at properties in Texas on Zillow while watching this live manifesting. Yeah. I had somebody contact me from Belton like about 2 years ago that they had bought property on by the lake, and she started telling me that she had seen, heard about me through dogman encounters, and that she was having the same kind of activity on her land like I was having in Elms Grove, where something was coming, hitting the walls, something was running on the roof, and then one day she wanted to go investigate, and she said she caught an image, what seems to be a shapeshifter skinwalker in the form of a wolf or a werewolf. So I don't know. She never contacted me. She wanted me to go uh, pray for that area, but she never contacted me again. I don't know what happened. I know there was an area that's a knot over there where there are some homes, and that all the people that live in that knot, uh, they got divorced. Something happened there. There was fighting. People got divorced. So apparently, there's some negative things happening there in that knot. I will want to go investigate there, but I'm more sure there's activity dealing with the natives. Because they were woodlanders, so live in all the woods in this area. So I think a woman had just barely gotten married. They moved to the south, they bought the house, they got married, and within 2 or 3 months, they were divorced.
Yeah, strange. Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, one of my best friends in the military, he just married his old girlfriend, and they're out there in Springtown, which is northwest of Fort Worth. And I can't talk to him about this stuff, but she's got this ranch out there, and she's with an NGO military side, and so but I'm tempted, because of the, they have all these animals and stuff out there, and horses, and it's a big ranch, and I almost like I want to say something, but I got to bite my tongue. I just, you can lose friends pretty, not friends, but you either interested in the stuff, or you're neutral about it. But even if people are neutral about cryptids, is it's like, to me, I've always liked animals, so we're looking at an animal that can disappear and reappear. Isn't that fascinating? I mean, to anybody? Are you kidding me? And this fighting of this demonic warfare. I mean, not that it's fun, but it's kind of like, I hope we can learn more so we can teach people that that if they become a little psychologically damaged, we can pull them out of that, as being a somewhat of a healer because of our knowledge. So
Yes.
that's what this show's about too, Abe. It's about we may be even greater healers, psychologically, for people. Because if this veil starts getting thinner and thinner and thinner, and things change, and it's this stuff could be a little bit more, this stuff could start appearing in major cities, downtown cities, garage parking lots, one of these shapeshifters, you're getting in your car, and you're in a sub basement, and this thing appears. I mean, can you imagine? It's not like out in the woods. You're talking about, something appearing in concrete parking lot.
Because it used to be his territory at one time, so it's going to appear at his territory.
Yeah.
They're territorial. Doesn't matter what you build on there, they're still their territory. That's how they see it as. And they'll appear. Kind of like in this picture. Look at that big one right there.
Yeah.
BDN.
Big shoulders.
It's huge.
I mean, you can see the tricep on that too. The tricep. Well, on the side of his arm there, the left. Not just a bicep, but you can see kind of a tricep muscle, which is the back of the arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So what do you think that will look like?
Oh my God!
Does that look like a werewolf to you, or does that look like a Bigfoot to you, or just a giant, a DDN?
Well, Bigfoots have kind of that cone-shaped type head. In this werewolf business, they have more of a big fat head sitting on, right on their shoulders. So to me, it looks more like a werewolf type creature than Bigfoot. I mean, that's my short visual take on it. And it seems to be the way. I mean, it's bent forward too.
It's not standing straight up.
It's bent forward, and the thigh muscle, if you can look at the quad before it hits the knee down there, it seems a little bit less thick than, let's just say, if it was a Sasquatch or something. I mean, I'm just looking at that and the appearing, but generally these werewolf creatures, big dogmen or whatever, they have this tremendous upper body width. I mean, it could be 4 feet wide.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge. It's so unnatural too. It's so weird looking. Not that I've seen anything, but from I hear these people's accounts, it's so the the structure of this thing is so unnatural as an animal.
Yeah,
You know, like
and
it's
it
made,
looks
it's
like
this
there's
made. Yeah,
another one right here too, brother. It might be two. So there's something here.
and there's some eyes there or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
and then this one. Just wanted to share that. So let's look
Oh
at the
my God.
comments. Let's see
So
what
what
people
did
are.
you feel when you got home to spice this stuff up and start to, what was going through your mind? Like, you know, initially, like, what were you like feeling when you saw that? You're going like, I mean, what were you feeling? I mean, what's your, you know,
Well, on that day, I just didn't capture that. I captured all the. On that day, if you've seen the shirt that I'm wearing, that's the same day that I captured the picture of the ferry.
oh,
I
okay.
captured, yeah, the same day I captured because something when I was standing there, I started hearing a low pitched sound, and it took me away from that area, and I went to the creek towards the creek because I guess it does some work on the pipelines, and they cut down a lot of trees to fix the pipes, and I was able to follow the noise, and that's when I took the picture. I didn't see the ferry. I just took the picture where the sound was coming from, and I captured the ferry. So yeah, when I was there, man, I was feeling overwhelmed. I could feel a lot of things around me. I think there's another picture where I take where they're all standing there. You know, the one that I showed last time. They have like a beak or something like that, and
All right.
that's the same time frame. So yeah, I was feeling a lot of energy around me. I was being overwhelmed. Just put it that way.
Yeah.
But I was having no fear and maintaining my love on it, even though I know they were
Yeah.
very close.
That alerts you to say, get that camera over there, you know, and film it without consciously thinking, you know, coming to your senses and going, oh, I have to take a picture. I have to take a video of this. You know, by that time, if you ever thought that way, you're never going to see anything.
Yeah, they disappear
It's
because you're
gone.
thinking about it. So
Blink
I'm
an
not
eye.
thinking.
Blink.
I'm keeping my mind clear, and I'm just moving the
Yeah.
camera around. I'm moving the camera where I'm sensing energy, basically.
Yeah. It's so unnatural to, you know, to film like that. And there's more and more people are understanding that concept about, you know, it's blind photography. You know, it's, you know, it's using your senses, the Holy Spirit leading you. You're listening to something that sounds different because, you know, once you get your hearing and get stronger in doing this type of research, you know, you become more of a, you know, it's like anything. You practice perfect. You know, more practice. The more you practice, the better you're going to get. So, you know.
I want to give a shout out to What Lurks from Beneath for having me on the show. I think I did a podcast with them about almost a month and a half ago, 2 months, just around there, and the show came out today, and it's been doing pretty good. I want to thank everybody that's liked and viewed the show. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for the support, and man, that's what it is about. Is try to get together with other people from other beliefs, other works, whether it's cryptid, UFO, paranormal, and we have to work together to be able to find a solution of what we're dealing with. And that's the thing, we can help out one another by talking to one another
Yeah.
respectfully, professionally. We can come up with some kind of solution to what we're dealing with. Because what we all do have in common is we go and investigate. As we're doing investigations, things happen. Uh, doesn't matter what you've gone invested. People have gotten they're attacked spiritually, energy drained or whatever the case. But I believe it all ties in together You know, but so I want to say again, thank you uh, for the support.
Yeah, I think everybody really, what draw me into this channel was, the first word, spiritual. I'm going, oh, I like anything spiritual. So then I see and cryptid. Oh my gosh, this guy is putting these two together. Who else does this? You know, who else does this? You hear about all this Bigfoot researchers and dogman researchers, but nobody puts a title out there, you know, to to include the spiritual and this whole cryptology concept together. So that's what drew me into this, because I'm going like, this is the channel. I gotta really check this channel out. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, I could dress up all crazy, my camouflage, and put on a Kevlar with a cigar in my mouth, and I can call myself Sergeant Crypto Hunter or something, you know, Sergeant Sergeant Cryptid.
Well,
But
Abe, it's really, it comes down
that's not
to,
me. That's not me, man.
no, but it comes down to, you're a follower of Jesus Christ, and truth is the absolute. So there's no fake. You cannot fake, because, if you start to fake anything in anything, that God is listening.
Yes.
Guess what? God is listening. It says fear of the Lord, fear of the Lord. Well, that means, like you're fearing, you have to stay. And I'm not perfect. I'm not saying anything like that, but there is a 100% acknowledgement about what we do here on this planet. And if our tent is honestly seeking whatever you're doing, and and it's happened to me on many different things. So it's about this walk of truth, and I'm not interested in, like you're saying, this is what you're saying is, you're not interested in any kind of this nonsense, because you're seeking the absolute 100% investigative truth. And it could be fun, but it could also be scary. So, but if we want that, God will provide these situations and build on it. So, your whole psychology, and you're not going to be playing this game of like a lot of people are doing. They're playing this nonsense type of game. And sure, we can laugh at all this stuff and make jokes about it, but
Yeah.
it's because it's, you have to see the reality of it. Like, sometimes laughter and making jokes of it kind of it brings us back to our own reality, that this stuff is so strange that we laugh about it, because it's like, God, who's going to believe this? Who's going to believe this? How can I tell anybody? But yeah, that's what I like about your channel. It's just, and spiritual, this exposing this, the hidden spirituality of it all is, you can't fool around with this stuff, and you've explained that real well. You can't fool around, like you're saying, bind and tie, in the name of Jesus Christ, any kind of demonic spirit that you feel, and, that those biblical words that you're teaching us. So, I like that. And I'm learning with that too. So I hope everybody's learning that, because watching this show, God may bring you deeper into all this. So Abe is providing some tools for us,
Yeah, try my best to keep it going so people can see, the things that I got a little bit of everything here. Today's Werewolf Wednesday, so I was sharing pictures of shapeshifter skinwalkers. I mean, should they even flip me off like in this picture the cousin Jesse likes, where it's flipping me off. Let me share that one. Your cousin Jesse is viewing somewhere.
Yeah, he likes it.
He always starts cracking up with this one.
That's Cocaine Werewolf.
Flipping me off.
No, that's not Cocaine Werewolf. That's the other one. Yeah.
Well, I think it might be him because of the ears, but it's flipping me off on here.
Yeah, that's just such a great catch.
See, he's flipping me off, and that's what cousin Jesse was laughing, because it was flipping me off.
Yeah, pretty good definition on that. That muzzle, and the cranium type head, and the the ears and the shoulders, and those pecs. You can see the pectoral muscles, from above the waist. You can see this thing is sticking out like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's sticking out a foot,
and it's bigger than the trees that are right beside it.
I don't know, man. That thing is like huge in the front, barrel chested, furry beast. I mean, this thing is like, oh my God. Oh my God!
Than the trees, wider than the trees.
Yeah, it's too bad that you couldn't get a measurement, of, get out there and do some measurements on, going back in that location to get the distance.
I could probably go back in there. It's just I mean,
yeah, it's a hassle. You have to do it like the day after or something like that,
Yeah. To get the measurement of how tall it was and stuff like that.
I mean, that's what I did on one of those UFO sightings. I went back and going, okay, I know where it was in proximity. So I measured off, it was like, and the blocks are big. So I measured out, it was like 450 feet away, as far as the distance. And, I did that just to get my own mind to say, how far away was this really? So I went and, did some of that measurements. So I just had it in my head, like, I knew kind of how high it was, but not how far away it was from the road. So, you have to do your own, you walk, each stride is a little less than 3, you have to measure out your stride and just walk it. It could be, your stride is 2.5 feet long, 3 feet, 3.5 feet. Just measure your stride and then start walking off,
Yeah, we're almost going to hit the 3-hour marker, brother.
Yeah, I got home late, so.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to have that open mic night again. We've been doing pretty good with the open mic nights, I think.
Yeah, I like the open mic. Yeah, because of the people. Well, every night. Every night. You never know what's going to happen.
The chats are funny, and they just, we always have a good time here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters.
Yeah, everybody brings, even the people just listening, they should get a kick out of this, because, I mean, if I just came on to listen to people, I'd and looking at the comments, I'd be glued to this channel. Like,
I've been paying attention to the chat. A happy birthday to brother-in-law Morgan's friend, and my condolences to somebody's friend that lost their daughter. My condolences on spiritual and cryptid encounters. We'll keep her in prayer. That's not good when you lose the loved one. So we're praying for the Heavenly Father to bring peace and calm and relax, and just for her to remember that we will always be connected spiritually through a heavenly love foundation. This we pray in
Amen.
Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Yep, that's what we're here for too. To comfort people. We've all been through a lot of these situations. Death in the family, friends, different things. Accidents. You know, and it's sometimes it's just strangers. That you see online. That, and you just develop this. This thankfulness that people are kind and understanding about it all too. It's one of the attributes of God. Gives us this this yearning for helping people and comforting them in a kind, gentle way. And that's what part of this channel is too, Abe. We're here for everybody.
Yeah, I try to help out everybody. I know sometimes I have addressed issues, but I'm trying not to address too many issues. Just try to stick to the show. I'm not perfect, but I'll try my best to help out as many brothers and sisters as I can spiritually through Jesus Christ. Yeah, we got open mic night tomorrow. Yeah, that's tomorrow, Sister Cynthia. Think I seen Brother Josh Turner said to send a link.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah, these things they can climb trees. Well, I think the manifestation of the one that was climbing the tree was not a. I'm thinking it's a dog. It could be a dog because the cocaine one is on top of a tree, but there's one the one that was on the tree that I could hear like scratches on the tree at nighttime, and I said, "Oh, it's just a tree lizard," and you could hear the claws on the tree like. And my nephew was like, "What is that, Hunk?" I said, "Nah, just a tree lizard." Next thing you know, the oak tree limb broke, landed behind us. It was a huge tree limb, and it landed beside me, and it's looking at me, and it's got spots all over his body, standing on twos, and it runs on twos into the creek. That one kind of looked like a what do you call it? Like a, what is it? The cat that has spots. Like, is it a cougar, a leopard, or
Well, a cheetah has the spots.
a wildcat? Maybe I don't know.
And yeah, and bobcat has
Bobcat.
spots.
Yeah. Well, he had black spots on it. And then he came back running into the park, running on twos. We got Brother Josh Turner joining.
That's a weird one.
What the? What is that?
Changuito.
Changuito?
Is that a bamboo? A bamboo? Baboon. Can't even say the word. No, that's not a bad. That's a.
Like a little monkey.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's like a Southeast Asia monkey or something.
It's a marmoset.
A panther.
Nah, it's a marmoset. Little baby.
Yeah. Those are the
You know,
ones
like
that
that
have
Michael
real.
Jackson song. Mama said, mama can. So what do you got? What are you guys talking about? I just heard Scott talking I didn't hear the last couple of minutes, but I've heard most of it. Just got home. So, yeah, I heard,
you're
Scott, what you were saying about,
a hell of a storyteller. God.
well, thank you. It's
God.
definitely takes a lot of, I'll tell you what, though, here's what's crazy.
You are gifted at that. I mean, and I say you're funny. It's that you bring all this humor into it. It's like, oh my God. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, you are like born for this. You know? Oh my God. I mean, it's so eloquent, you know, and you add that Spanish in there. That's what kills me. I just cannot stand that. I start, God, it's so funny. I just think that is so cute and funny. I don't know why, but, you know, I work with a lot of Spanish people and stuff like that, and I can understand, you know, that, and I'm real friendly. You know, and we always joke with each other like that too. And I think that's hilarious. When you go off script like that, it just, these things pop into your head and say that stuff. I think that's so, it's such a, you know, it's such an added, it's almost like a catalyst in the conversation. Anyways, yeah, we're just talking about.
I was telling them about the time where me and my nephew were talking at the park in the Elms Grove, and we're sitting on the picnic table, and we're hearing scratches on the tree, on top of the tree, and they said, "Unc, what is that?" And I think it's a tree lizard, you know, because they got claws, and you can hear like, and we're hearing that for a good 5-10 minutes, you know, on top of the tree. And then next thing you know, the big branch, it just breaks. A big old, I mean, huge branch breaks and lands behind us. It lands behind us, and beside me, it lands on two. This one was not, it was like around 7 foot. It looked like it was like a cat, you know, like a cougar or whatever, but it had black spots on his body, and it looked at me. It didn't even have a tail. That's what was weird about it. It turned and it ran into the creek. It broke the branches, and my nephew was like, "What the fuck is that, Unc?" Then you hear it running in the water because it's splashing, and then he comes back into the creek. You hear the branches break, comes back into the park, and it runs straight across towards the area where it had the encounter with the six. But he was running on twos, and it just remembering that, man, is like,
Oh yeah, that's
I was so
normal.
I was kind of like, you know, it's like, what the hell?
That's
My
normal.
nephew, we just couldn't, you know, my nephew seen it. I was like, shit, I ain't gonna chase that into the creek. Hell no. But that's what was making the noise. It was probably hung on the tree with his claws, like a cat. Well, I know cougars do that because I will see it on Fort Hood where they're jumping from tree to tree, you know. But I didn't know cougars could run on twos. Is it possible that they can run on twos like that?
Oh, I don't know about cougars, but I know that something that's an amorphous type creature that runs on two legs. It looks like a cat. I mean, they like I've talked about it on our show many times. Is things that live out in this one particular area of Central Texas, and I say that one particular area because I don't really get stories. Well, no, I do in other parts of Central Texas, but it's like they're in little clumps. You don't get them going outside that area too much, which makes me think that there's some kind of population of these people that are shape-shifting or they're doing something. And
It kind of reminded me of Forrest Gump the way it was running. You're like, just running, hauling ass, man, across the park on twos. The only thing my nephew could say is like, "What the fuck is that, huh?" That's what he kept on saying because he was in shock. But we know, I mean, big old oak tree falling, and then we're seeing this freaking creature and it's running on twos and it's hauling ass. I'm like, man, I ain't going to run after that. Screw that. It was looking at us too. I can hear you, Jaime.
Scott, I want to thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. That's
Oh no, I
very
mean
nice of
it's.
you.
So you
I
said there's
mean,
a creature like that in Central Texas, brother John?
you're just yeah, you're one of a kind, man. I tell you,
The
one
research
of a.
we did, it's out near a town called Nowak, and it's not necessarily Nowak, because off the top of my head, I think in the actual vicinity of that little crossroads known as Nowak, I think I've heard like one or two stories in that little bitty, but it's in an area going out south of southwest of Thrall, and in between there and Nowak, and that's where we get these weird stories of these black cat. Just put it this way: black cats, the panthers, whatever, that stand on their hind legs. The
Oh
most
wow.
notable story was, okay, now I got to say this because it's not, I've said it on the show. The people that saw this, and before everybody goes, oh, okay, they were on drugs. I mean, they were telling the truth. They just said, look, I'm not going to lie to you. You know, this guy and his girlfriend, they were on drugs. It was the first time she had ever done drugs, and he was like, he wasn't like a drug addict. Like he has a pretty good job, and not he doesn't do it like anymore. And that was when he was young. But they were very honest about it. And my friend Kerry, he's the one that told me, hey, there's these people that said this and that, blah blah blah. And so he goes, but they admitted that they had done some drugs. And so obviously you're going to say, well, that's because they were on drugs. Well, here's the thing: if they would have told me that story and it was anywhere else but that area, I would have probably said, okay, that's what it was. They were just on dope. But the weird thing was that they saw this black cat panther person like running alongside the road trying to wave them down. And it was weird because it was waving its arm back and forth, trying to get their attention, like trying to get them to stop. And they were just like, what the hell? But they both saw it, and it was not, they were coming from a party, and the guy that gave his girlfriend the drugs, whatever, that was only his like second time to do that, and he only did it at the party, and it wasn't a whole lot. And for her, she was high as a kite, by her own admission, because she took a little bit, but she'd never done it before. So they were just like, cool, this is whatever. And so and it was an upper. I'll say that. I'm not going to get into. So they told me, hey, take it for what it's worth. Now, where they saw it, though, that's the location. Neither one of them knew about these stories of these Black Panther people. She was staying with a friend that lived out there, and she had just moved here from West Texas. He lived in a town. Well, actually, Abe, you would know, out there near Holland.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's where he lived. Now, here's the weird thing. I just had somebody reach out to me about Holland. I got to talk to them tomorrow. So funny that we're talking about this. But I told this story on the show. And another crazy thing is when I was growing up, Davila, just 6 miles east of Holland in that area, was known for werewolves. People would say that werewolves lived out there, but they also said that werewolves were in Taylor. And I thought this was bullshit. It's mentiras. But I saw what I saw, and that's when I started doing a lot of research on it and diving into it, and ended up uncovering, like a couple dozen people who've seen these things, and the legends go way back. So anyways, this area out there, there's this werewolf area. People say, they see these werewolves, but then that territory kind of just abruptly ends. And then this Black Panther stuff begins. And in that area, I don't have any reports of werewolves. All I have is Black Panthers and standing on hind legs. And so this thing was running alongside the car. My theory on this, what I honestly think is that dude, I think it's a person. I really do. I think it's a person with human intelligence. And I think that they were running alongside that road, and they thought that they were appearing to this couple of kids, these young people, as a human. And that they bless you. And that they were trying to get this couple's attention. And once he got their attention, I think his intention was to unalive them. That's what I honestly believe. So,
Shapeshifter skinwalkers.
yeah, I mean, the late J.C. Johnson. Well, not just him. There's been a ton of people, but him in particular. He said, dude, he literally witnessed these Navajo changing into different types of things, and he even saw the children. He saw a child, a Navajo child on the reservation, turn into a fox. I mean, he witnessed it. Like, he really believed that that's what he saw. And JC was very just forthcoming, And talking to David Weatherly about it, he's convinced, that JC really saw what he saw. He was very convincing when he told David about it. Him and David were good friends, close friends, and David's a close friend of mine. I never met JC, but I've talked to multiple people who dealt with him, including the late Linda Godfrey, and of course, David Weatherly, and Nick Redfern's another one. These were friends of his that, and I've talked to them and I asked them, do you think, and some of the understudies he had too, some of the people that worked with him, and they've all said the same thing. They really believed that he did see these things. He witnessed what he saw, what he claimed he saw. So that's my take on that thing. But I think the drugs that they took, and this is my opinion, I think that it took the veil off of that guy. I think
Kinda
that
was the movie Young Guns when he's on the peyote. Then he says,
Oh,
"I'm
yeah,
just a
yeah.
little asshole." Yeah,
Yeah, and I think that they when they took that drug, I think that it did something, that it made them, because they smoked some marijuana and had some booze too, mixed with that upper. I think that it did, gave them a little bit of they were able to see through the veil. And I think also they're both now big time Christian, and they go to church. And one of them started going to church at a place where my friend preaches, and then they just started going regularly, and they still go, and they've changed their lives. They don't drink or do drugs anymore. But I think that God saved them. That's my opinion. I really do. And I think that drug, though, was able to make them see it for what it was. So they got really fortunate in that way, that thing, because I think that thing, there hasn't been a whole lot of disappearances.
Brother Tony.
Do what?
Our brother Tony is on.
But there have been people that have disappeared in the 70s. I think it was the last one that I've heard. It was 1977. There was a guy that went out to work on his farm, and he just disappeared. Now I'm sure other people have traveled through there and disappeared. There was a guy whose farm went up for auction, and I know who this family is. I'm not going to say their names, out of respect, but he had 37 cars there on his farm. I thought that was really weird, and they were from all different years, and his family had no idea whose cars they were. He had them all back in the pasture, because he had 220 acres, and he had them all stored away in these two barns, and he would never let anybody go back there. And yeah, they're registered to all kinds of different people, and he died a few years ago, and they tried to run an article about it in the newspaper, and the guy's son threatened to sue him. So what was he doing? Who were these? You know what I mean? And they said by their admission that he was eccentric and weird, but he was kind of like a hermit. He didn't really deal with his family much, only his one son. And so, yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't know if the people that said that there was a family out there that was doing weird stuff, that they practiced black magic, and that they were originally Amish, and that they ended up moving out there back in the 60s, and they just stayed out there. And they were Mennonite, not Amish, but they eventually just kind of, you know, turned to technology and started like living like normal people, but they were very odd. But those are different legends, different stories. I don't know what to make of it. You know, it's just a very weird place. I know when I've driven through that area, I've always just kind of like hoped and prayed that I didn't break down. You know, it's just, I don't know.
Is that
I
this
think
is
like
Texas,
that's something
Josh?
like
You're
what you're talking about.
Do what? Hello?
Hello?
Is that this is Texas talking about? Hello, Abe. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Texas, yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah, we can hear you.
you can hear me? Oh, okay, okay, cool. Oh, I was asking Josh if that's Texas. You're talking about Texas? Is that in Texas? You just mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, Central Texas, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Wow, wow, man. I mean, I didn't think Texas was like spooky. You know, Spookyville, man. I mean, that's
I think
you
I got a
got these
picture, man. that-
very. Oh, there I am. There I am. There we go.
I'll send them to
Where are
me
you
now.
from? So where are you from?
Oh, yeah, I'm originally from Texas, Josh. But
Where
I live
at?
in California. I live in Kern County, Bakersfield.
But I mean,
Bakersfield,
like, where did you
California.
live in Texas?
Oh, no, well, my family, yeah, Brownsville.
Brownsville.
Yeah. From all my family, my grandfather from there, you know, my uncles, everybody, we're all from, you know, that's our, you know, Brownsville, Texas. You know, eventually, most of them, everybody came to California. We did too.
Shit, man, I think San Antonio is one of the most haunted cities in the country, dude. That place is so haunted, dude. The mall there, that
Damn.
River Center Mall, dude, has had so much weird stuff there. The lady at the bookstore there, when we were doing an investigation, like probably 15, 20 years ago, I went there and I did one of the mini ghost tours there. And the guy, I got to know the guy, you know, and he was telling me, you know, like, hey, his name was Renee, I think. He was like, yeah, that place really haunted, blah, blah, blah. So me, my brother, Scorpion, my friend Jerome and Willie, we all went in there. And my friend Willie used to have a van. So we just all pile in there, dude. And we went to San Antonio for a couple of days and we just did a bunch of like research, kind of our amateur ghost hunting, whatever. You know, I wasn't really a ghost hunter, but I just figured, you know.
Well, that's fun.
The lady at the bookstore told us that people would complain that the books would fly off the shelves and just weird stuff like that, man.
Mhm.
Like all the time they would see like apparitions that looked like Texan or Mexican soldiers standing there. One of the most striking stories I remember about that bookstore was this woman. Can you imagine this? She goes she goes into the store looking for a book about cats, right?
Uh-huh.
And she's like this lady that told me this. She's pretty funny, man. She's not alive anymore. She used to be one of the assistant managers there, and she told us she's kind of a heavy set mexicana, and she says,
Yeah.
you know, this lady comes in looking for a book about cats, you know. And I told her where the books were and she comes back screaming, and she goes, she probably weighs like over 200 pounds, and she's only but maybe 5'2". And he's like, and she comes rolling. Like rolling down the aisle, screaming that a man with his throat cut was just standing there in the aisle. And so, can you imagine that? You just go in there to buy a book about cats, and you run into like a specter of some dead.
That
What do you
is
have, a
flipping
surgeon?
crazy, man.
Yeah,
That's
that was a
wow.
picture that I was trying to show you about the. You're talking about panthers. That this one's standing on twos right there. You know how you're saying that they stand on twos. You see, you can see the face and everything. And it's standing on twos. This from Elms Grove, and it's all black. You know how I told you my son said that there was a man in black that called him into the woods, like a or a you know either it's, you know someone in black. Well, that's the one that I captured when I was doing when I went to go investigate to see what I could catch. That was one of the images that I caught that I've been having for a long time, and you can see the face and everything where he's
I
standing
see.
there.
I see like a dog face on the left side, Abe, and the
Right
middle I
here,
can't make it out. Oh, I see
right
two
here is
legs
his
right there.
face.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's his face right here.
Okay. Okay. Now I
See the
see it.
ears?
Okay.
He's got the ears like a panther.
Uh huh. Okay. Yeah. I see the one in the middle is big, and I think it looks like there's one on his left side. Do you see it? I don't know. Yeah, like there's one on. Let me see. That would be. Oh no, on his right ear, Abe. It looks like there's another face, like another canine face, and then it looks like
Yeah,
another one on the left side, on the front.
Tim, I see one real pronounced right in the middle.
right here.
Yeah, I see that one. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know what's
that's what I was trying to share, and put a little. There's the original filter right here, but then the close up. I was trying to show the face, but when you get it too close, it kind of messed up the look.
Yeah.
Look.
Okay.
I was trying to show the face.
Oh shit, that shit looks. I can see it now. Big old, look, huge eyes, man. I can see the eyes. It's weird. It kind of looks like an eagle head, or I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I had captured that in Elms Grove, man. When I was looking for the men in black, I think that's what lured my son and my friend's daughter into the woods and other people. That they said that
Uh-huh.
there was somebody, their master lived in the woods, and he was. I said, "How does your master look?" And there was some gothic kids, and said the master was all black.
Uh-huh.
This was when you talk about the Black Panther, where that kind of looks like a panther from the face.
Yeah,
It's
it
all
does.
black.
Looks,
Yeah,
yeah, it does that. It has like a feline nose, Abe. Do you see it,
yeah,
guys, fella?
yeah. I believe the
I can see
story of
like
those people that were high and stuff, that they seen something.
I do that.
I mean, for somebody, they were high on drugs, but when I would do my investigations, I was high on medications because I was taking all kinds of pills that they were giving me. So I was able to see. But I've been able to see without medication, all my life. So yeah, but there it is. This is the only picture I have of it where it's all in black. And sometimes I will see that I went there investigate early in the morning. What seemed to be like a gorilla. It was on the ground, and he had like a little gorilla, like adolescent, and he was picking, I guess, the fleas or something off its hair. And I was looking at it, and as I was fixing to record it, it disappeared,
just like that. I just like poof,
vanished,
or it ran,
vanished.
it just vanished like right in front of you, like quick.
Yeah, but they were like in the form of a dark shadow figure. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they were
Yeah.
near by the creek.
Uh huh. Yeah. Right.
So I just wanted
You
to
don't.
share that since
Uh
Brother
huh.
Judge
Yeah.
was talking about the panther.
What I find really fascinating, interesting, however you want to word it. You, Abe, Bettina, Jerry, and Ella Williams. If people that don't know, Jerry's a Choctaw tracker, and
Yeah.
the Hellbent Hunter.
I know.
You guys all, all of us like have captured photos of these weird creatures. Like we did, we got ours at Apache Pass and a couple other places. You at Elms Grove and a couple other places. Bettina was in Alabama. Joe and Jesse caught stuff on Purple. They got all kinds of stuff. Jerry and Ella up in Oklahoma. And so I find it interesting that we all have this, same common link, and we're the ones that got attacked by these people. If you notice that, like, it's not really like nobody else in the community really has that kind of whatever. I mean, there's a few, not many, but like we catch stuff and we have like people that talk about it and we do all this because I think we're as a group, we're closer to the truth, and of course, if you take it further, I mean, there's a few other people that have gotten attacked too, like the ladies from Blondes and Booze. They get all type of stuff, and I think it's not a coincidence to me that he targeted that one in particular guy, but his buddies and him and his allies. They targeted us to attack. And you have that, what you teach people about the Love Foundation, because you see a lot of different channels that talk about all this stuff, but they don't go out of their way to try to teach. They just say, well, this stuff's there, and here's some witnesses, or they'll read the report or emails or whatever, but they're not like teaching people about Christ. They're not doing what we're doing.
Yeah, Josh. It's like a business. It's just like here you go, and if you like it, it's just like a business to them. There's like, this is what I got for you today, and reruns, and this is a Bigfoot toothbrush, and this is this, and then that's all I got for you. It's just, and that's it. And I'll see you next week. See you next time. It's Abe, we get we get an extra. We're getting deep into it, man, and it's more. We're really connecting.
Well, when you bring in Jesus Christ into this equation, we're sticking. You guys are sticking your necks out, way out, because nobody brings Jesus Christ into ufology, cryptids. I mean, it's a very, very low percentage, but it's what the truth really is, and it's that, if you want to use that phrase, straight as a gate or broad as a way that leads to destruction. So, if you can use that terminology in the Bible in this whole cryptid supernatural world, is, straight as a gate, narrow as a way for everlasting life. So guess what? We're on the narrow way.
I hear you.
That's where you're attacked.
With Abe, I get the hardcore preternatural, supernatural, or whatever you want to call it. His Abe's story is so. I'm gonna say this. It's dark. It's supernatural. Evil, man. The powers of darkness. It's a like a landmark case, like other people that the famous ones where they're like, wow, they even make movies out of them. Abe, we get that with Abe, but here with Abe also, I'm getting some church, and I know I got my own church, but I'm still, when I'm with Abe, I'm getting some church too, and I'm talking about, Abe's talking about Jesus and the Love Foundation, and so at least here we're also, the good thing is that we're together and we're talking about it, talking about Jesus, and every little bit of everything, a little of everything.
I love all my brothers and sisters, man. That if I see somebody going through something, I'm going to step in and help. And what people don't understand, like that, this other people that come at us a negative way, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do as one of God's children is interfere, especially if something bad is going on. I'm supposed to intervene, just like what happened to me up there in the skies in the airplane. I was able to distinguish what was happening, so I intervened and took care of the situation spiritually. That's what I do. and they can't understand that, but that's okay.
Like,
I'm not worried about them. You know, I don't rotate
mhm.
my life around them. I just continue to do the works, and we have good people. You know, Brother Josh Turner, Paranormal Table, the paratroopers that come join, and everybody else that comes in here and share stories, and we just talk and have good times. Sometimes out of other people's expenses, like
You know, Abe, when you told us,
like I'm not here for
yeah,
that. I'm just here for the burritos.
yeah, yeah. You know, when you told that story, when you told that, I mean, I'm not trying to make it a big deal, but you know what it was, Abe? That's like, how many people can say, man, I went to go visit my comrades in arms and on the plane, and I had to deal with a witch. You know, in mid-flight.
Josh, you got some
You know,
major
you know what I'm
interference
saying?
going on.
It's like, dang, man.
Who's breaking up?
Josh has got some major feedback interference going on.
Oh,
Really?
I thought it was me. But you know what I
Mr.
mean,
Wolf.
Abe? I mean, fella,
Something
it's
going
like,
on there.
you know, you went to visit your friends, your comrades,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and you got to do. You're like, okay, well, I went to go visit them, and oh, by the way, I had to deal with a witch on the plane, trying to put a spell on, trying to harm me, doing incantations, and they were singing, they were actually praying or doing incantations. Abe, they were chanting, right? And then you heard something's thumping on the plane, on the bottom of the plane, like
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy, man. I mean, what was it, gremlin? You know,
The kid that was sitting beside me was my son's age, 23. He was working at
uh-huh.
Telstra in Austin, but he was originally from Washington. He was flying home for the holidays, and man, he
Uh-huh.
woke up scared he was scared because the whole seat was trembling, like something was banging underneath our seats, you know. But it was the
Yeah.
bruja that was doing an incantation, you know, summoning things. So that's
Yeah.
when
Mm-hmm.
I just told him, "Oh, just a gremlin." So he went back to sleep, and that's when I started praying, and I handled what she was doing through, tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name for whatever she was doing for her to stay with her. And after that, the banging stopped, and she sat down, kept on looking out the other way, and never looked back, and never stood up for the rest of the flight. You know,
Mm-hmm.
spiritual warfare is
You
very
know, Abe.
real.
You know what I see. You know what I gather from that, Abe. That banging. This lady, this witch, conjured a demon. I just picture a demon. He's under the plane, and he's banging on the plane. Harassing you, man. You know, uh, yeah. I could see in my mind's eye. There's an evil spirit under the plane, hanging on, and he's just pounding on the plane, Abe. You know, and he's just like
But
harassing you. You know,
I have
like.
protection, man. She didn't know I
Uh-huh.
have protection.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Jesus Christ, but also have extra protection. The Selenite brings the guardian angels. Black tourmaline wards off negative energies. So I have protection. So I wasn't worried about what I was hearing. I was just
Yeah.
waiting to, sometimes you have to wait for the right moment to be able to fight spiritually. So I waited when she showed her true nature. When I was ignoring when she was saying, "Let's get him now, let's get him now," but it's when she went into, uh, I'm going to say, and I ain't going to say prayer because they're not praying, into
Mm-mm.
cantation mode, trying to
Yeah.
wish bad towards me. When I said, "Okay, now I have the authority to defend myself," and then that's what I did. What I did.
Jamie, you might be right about that outside the aircraft.
Yeah.
And I just thought I brought up because the first generation Vietnam War helicopter pilots using those night visions, red vision, night vision, that they use sparingly, but they were shooting at demons with their 50 cal,
Mm-hmm.
and they were going right through these demons that were flying in the air, and and then the higher ups heard about all this and ended up because they started giving the soldiers a lot of, mental problems. But, your theory is not too far-fetched at all, because, this was eyewitnessing from, the Vietnam War about them shooting demons flying around, their Hueys,
Yeah, I think I heard about that story. They had a certain type of binoculars. They have these new night visions, right? Night visions. That's what I
Well,
sensed from that aid. That witch. They're connected with the demons. And when you said that, I was like, oh man, she conjured a demon and a demon that's in the air, and he was hanging on to the bottom of the plane, and you're just pounding the plane, being a nuisance, trying to harass you.
It's kind of
That's what
like
I got.
she knew, and it was weird where we got seated right beside her. We got seated right
Mhm.
beside her. It's like, the Heavenly Father knows what He's going to do. I mean, delay after delay on the airplane. And I was supposed to fly early in the morning. Wound up flying late at night, around 10:30. But it happened to be that everything happens for a reason, So it became
Yeah.
spiritual warfare, and I had to do what I had to do, and.
Mhm.
Of course, which I think there was more than one. It was a weekend of 4th of July weekend,
Mhm.
which what happened was all that flooding.
Yeah.
So yeah, I fought that, and of course, I found out later on that there's other person that came to me like this past weekend when I want to go dancing. They told me that weekend she was on a flight also when we were flying in the air. So when she told me that, it's kind of I could see a shift in her face.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it's like to me, maybe she's letting me know something. Maybe she found out that what I did or whatever. But
Mhm.
she it's spiritual warfare. So I just maintain my heavenly love foundation. So they
Yeah.
can try to touch me or whatever. I'm not accepting the negativity. It stays away from me. It remains with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they know, just like I
Hey,
know they know.
I just my intuition or my discernment, whatever, is telling me that she knew you. That witch on the plane, she knew exactly who you were. She knew you were being on that. You're going to be on that flight, and it was her mission to do, do something to give you a hard time or trying to hurt you or harm you or something. And then that lady at the dance when you were with your wife, she knew you. She knew you, Abe. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
like so clear. She and Abe, we know like if you ever listen to the former witches that were they were in deep that they let that go. They got free from the witchcraft. They were in deep. There's witches that they're Christian. They converted. They finally saw the light. Well, if you listen to them, they say that there's networks. I mean,
Oh
witchcraft
yeah,
is
I know.
it's all over the damn place. You would not believe who are involved. Because like one witch knows the rest of them. There's not like this witch is not aware of this other witch. No, they all know each other. It's like a network, Abe.
Kinda
Like
like
a
I can go back to when I was the Ouija board that my sister had that I burnt. If the Ouija board knew who I was and says it hates me because I killed it, then the witches know who I am because
yeah.
that's who they contact. That's who they
Oh yeah.
summon, these demons.
It's like they all know each other, Abe. It's like it's like it's a cult. It's a big evil club, man. They all know each other. You got I see it like you got the new ones, the newbies. You got the veterans. You got the bosses, the powerful witches that are controlling the younger ones. The ones that are newbies learning. You know, that's what I gather, man. From it's not like they're just random. Well, this one's a Santeria and this one's a hoodoo, and they don't know each other. Oh no, they do. They're all connected. Just they pick up a phone too. Hey, he's on his way over there. Okay,
I'll
I'm
be
gonna
right
get him.
back, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's you're right, Jamie. It's kind of I listened to a lot of people that were formerly, Santrian warlocks. They would
Yeah.
go out at night and catch spells. Whether they were astral projection or spirit
Uh-huh.
traveling, but they were the pros at doing
Mhm.
this. and they would go over these cities. And this particular gentleman was, he had a territory over New York City, and he would be. Now he's a preacher and preaching, and letting people know that's what God does. He pulls people out of those cults because it's. To me, this is just a statement that I'm going to say that if you're in deep on this stuff, but maybe your Holy Spirit is wanting to get out of it, but God lets you get so deep into this. So when you come out of it, you have that knowledge to teach people that not only is this real, but experiences in what you did and how this whole network and casting of all this black magic, is. How else are you going to teach people? So I think God uses, a lot of these people that come out and then became born again to be the soldiers for God to talk about, whether it's cryptids, the spirituality aspect of, black magic or white magic, be, the way showers on this whole disclosure, of what's going on, because, they had books back in the 50s about this stuff, spirituality, spiritualists and all these books, but you had to read the books and you had to buy them. Today, people coming on podcasts and they have their own channels, and sure, they're selling their books. That's fine. Whatever they want to do, but they're giving this information publicly free. Now, free. So it's it's wonderful because we are being educated. We hate to be tricked. We hate to be fooled, and so we're truth seekers, and we just want to learn about what is going behind the scenes, whether it's good or bad, but to know both good and evil, that we see, being educated by that. But it's a big network. These people all know each other, and it's a huge undertaking to expose this type of spiritual warfare, because it's invisible. How can the regular 90% of the population understand that you're in a war that hates us?
And
hates us.
Scott, and you know what? Those witches don't have to look like witches. They could look like a professional, well-kept person, a business person, and they could be a witch. We don't have a, you know what I mean? These witches now, witches are real witches, but they don't have to look like, Halloween with a pointed hat and a broom and stuff. No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, look at what Jack said. What Abe's brother said. That stuck with me when he said there was a community in Texas. There's a wealthy community, a gated community that you could see the women and the people, the people that live there would be walking around naked around their swimming pool, having sex outside, and the women, he saw them with a tattoo of the satanic star, the satanic, the symbol.
Baphomet star.
And they look. I mean, they're wealthy, so. From what I understand, I've learned that, hey, this stuff goes all the way to the top. It's like, say, like the Bilderbergs or these Illuminati. We don't know. They could be under the power of witchcraft and sorcery. They could be they're the main bosses. They're the warlocks. They're they're wealthy, but they could be in league with the devil. Those are the top warlocks. Those people are running the show. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
they got all these witches working for them. And in every kind of field of life, they got them here in this city and here in this city, and they make sure everything's running for their agenda. And I don't doubt it, man. I mean, that's what I know. It's kind of a conspiracy, but you know what? They're not. They got to be. I've heard that they go all the way to the top. You don't know who's involved in this.
Yeah.
The more powerful witches are on the top. They control the younger witches. They scare them because they're the ones with power, and they're teaching them, and they become like the slaves. Whatever they say, they do it. They don't. They get rid of all their morals. They will do anything. They don't care. They'll use their body. They'll use any means, sex, persuasion, anything. First, they destroy their morals, and then they dedicate themselves to that craft. They're the servants. And they will do anything. They won't have. They'll give themselves up. Their body. They'll do anything. That's the way they run, man. That's the way they roll. That stuck with me what Jack said. I'm like, man, and it just clicks. It just clicked with me. I go, whoa. And then like when you find people that were witches, they were in deeper warlocks, and they converted when they freed themselves, or they got set free by the Holy Spirit. When you listen to them, they're giving you the game. They'll tell you, this is what we used to do. This is how we controlled this city. Or we controlled all these restaurants. We controlled these bars, and we recruited there.
It's straight up. It's straight up. It's no lie.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling what's going on. This is how we do it. And you listen to this, and you're going like you shake your head, saying like, "Wow, this is so big. It's bigger than anything." That you can't even describe, in human terms, what you're talking about. I mean, it's just, can you imagine if we could see interdimensionally, look into the spirit realm and see what's going on? God is like, I'm not going to do that for you guys. You guys all have heart attacks.
I'm going to refresh.
It's a nightmare out there.
Stop.
I'm refreshing the link for Brother Josh.
Yeah. Oh, Josh.
He was kind of really screechy. And it wasn't no cat man.
Yeah.
Some of those dogmen, those dogman creatures, some of them look like cats. They have whiskers and they look just like a big cat.
Mm-hmm. Some were like the average ones. I mean, they're scary, man. They got the hawk legs, big, huge hawk, like a dog, the back legs, and then they're buffed out. They look like they're juiced up. They're all muscular. The people, most of the people say they're muscular. The arms, they got a six-pack. Yeah, they look like Thundercats.
Thundercats for real.
They're thunder dogs or thunder wolves or
Find me a sword of Lino. Oh.
Like Lino. Yeah, you hear a lot of reports. Yeah, man, I saw a dog man. Yeah, he was jacked. He was jacked, man. I mean, he had some biceps. He had squared shoulders. He had a chest. I mean, he had and they got a V shape. I'm like, Jesus, man. That's what you don't hear. Like, oh man, I saw one that was all emaciated. He looked like he hasn't eaten in like months. Like a bucko 5. All skinny and shit, like a mutt. No, usually you hear reports, and the sucker was 10 feet tall and he was jacked. I mean, he had a hunch. I mean, he was just nothing. It looked like just nothing. He looked like a killing machine.
Yeah, it's. I wouldn't want to see that.
Yeah.
I drop off if I saw stuff like that. I guess I don't know. I might. I might just drop off the scene on the internet. I don't know. It might affect me worse. But I'm glad I'm kind of you know, I'm in a concrete city, you know, where I live. So, you know, there's not a lot of, you know, possibilities, let's just say, of, you know, something. However, you know, like Abe was talking before you got on, Jimmy, about, you know, these sewer systems, underground, you know, flooding, pipes, you know, and different things like that, where, you know, there's a lot of activity underground that we don't know about, you know, because I did some Google searching in Texas too on Abe, that spot of yours that you were mentioning. And, you know, I saw, like, I don't know if it was that area, but there's a lot of these, like, they're like created for rainwater runoff, you know, like these washes, what they have out here in Arizona. They have like systems where the water, you know, it runs into, and, you know, it's all, I don't know, both sides, it's all jungle, you know, but there's a lot of that. I've noticed that in Texas a lot, that there's a lot of that kind of, almost like, they're kind of like culverts that, you know, could sustain, you know, these beasts down there.
You know, Texas, like I said, Texas is loaded, you know, for the star, for the, you know, Texas, the Lone Star State. Not, we are famous for barbecue or football, but they got, you know, Texas got this, got some supernatural for you, you know. It's loaded. I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, I hear, not just with Abe, I hear a lot of stories. Oh, in Texas, some man saw this, a man was doing this, and then this thing came out, and I mean, it's loaded. Like I said, it's loaded. And then like the woods, like the big thicket, and you got the big thicket, you got the Devil's Backbone. That's a whole nother.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And San Antonio, and you know, that just, you know, I don't, yeah, and then Raymondville, where Abe used to live. I mean, you know, which Central. I mean, man, I mean, it's loaded. Texas is loaded. I mean, I still would like to go back there and visit, you know, and visit the relatives I have left that are still living. You know, I would, but I don't even think my relatives were there. Well, yeah, well, not even the relatives that are younger. I don't even think they know, you know, I don't even think they know that these things are going on. I have an aunt that was going to a witch, and she was telling me about her, and like, oh, she's going to take your money, you know, she just, and then now I see that, yeah, there's real witches over there. You know, I know there's con artists, there's witches they're claiming to be, oh, I'm a witch, and I could help you, and I could solve your problems, and I could read the cards for you. I can cast your horoscope, and blah blah blah. And I know there's charlatans, but what Abe dealt with, what Abe went through, is the real deal, man. I mean, I know there's a difference. You know, that's why I'm you know, I'm amazed. I'm just like, wow. You know, Abe's is the real deal. You know, the powers of darkness,
Well,
not these charlatans. No, it was a real deal. Frightening. You know, I don't want to wish that on nobody. You know, but I digress. Go ahead. What? Yeah, come in.
I think Wolf is back on. Are you
Yeah,
there,
all right.
Wolf?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I had a question for Jaime. Do you? Because first you said that, like, you know, that Texas wasn't very spooky, and then, you know,
Yeah. Oh no, I said no. They got spooky, man.
Everything
You guys
else.
got the spooky, man. You know, and I knew about this back in the day because of my mother. My mother would tell me stories when she was a young lady, you know, what she would see, and my mother witnessed some of these owl witches, the lechuzas herself. Josh, my mother witnessed these things, man. And when I heard Abe, it just rung a bell, man. Like, whoa, what? Holy moly! I had to hear more. I had to hear all of Abe's story, man. I had to hear it because I go, hey, man, my mom used to tell me about this. And I never knew Abe before. I mean, I just met him when I came on, line, and I came across him on another program. He was a guest. I heard him, and I was like, whoa, wow. But when he got into the lechuzas, that was like, wait a minute. I know about this. My mom used to tell me about this. And so I believe it. I believe it 100%. I don't have to be there with Abe he have to, I know it's true. I know it's true. My mother, well, she told me the truth, man. She was honest with me. She was always honest with me. She didn't make up stories. And there were strange stories she'd tell me. Yeah. She would tell me how a witch was flying. It was an owl at night carrying a lamp in his claws, in his talons. And this curandera, my mom was assisting this lady. She was a curandera. They witnessed this owl flying with a oil lamp, and they're looking up, and the curandera, she said some prayers, man. She said some prayers, and it broke her power, and the owl fell to the ground. She fell, and when they got close to her, when they walked up to her, she was changed back. She was in an owl form. She changed back to a woman. She was a woman. They walked up on a woman when they got close to her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was an owl they saw in the sky. And when she hit the ground, and she had the lamp with her, the lamp was right next to her. My mom was telling me that she was on the ground on her butt, sitting down like she was out of it. She had a lamp, and the lamp was with her. She had it in her hand, and she was telling the curandera. She was afraid of the curandera because she broke her power. She broke that magic, whatever she had, and she's begging her, please don't kill me. She was begging her, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Let me go. And I guess she did. She let her go. And my mom, I remember her words, the curandera was like, cabrona. This is what she said, cabrona, se te amaneció. And so that's like saying, no good. The sun is rising on you. You're out doing your dirty work, and I remember those were her words. My mom really that. Yeah.
I got a question for you I got a question for you, Jamie, on birds again, or Abe or Wolf. Have you guys ever come across? And I think what this is kind of dovetailing with you a little bit, Jamie, on birds, this sort of thing, is falcons. Have you guys had any, stories about, for example, I'm going to substitute a falcon in the place of an owl, on the same kind of story, let's say. Has anybody heard anything about a falcon? Because I have a little story. I'm not going to share it. I'd have to go back and think, like, what was it's all about? But this was a falcon instead of a. They're the fastest bird as far as as a downward swoop. They're like, they can fly like, you look it up and it's astronomical how fast that bird can fly down to get its prey. But falcon, anybody?
I hear you, Scott. They're a bird of prey. Hawks and falcons, they're birds of prey. They'll catch a dove in the air. They'll attack a dove in the air. I mean, they'll attack other birds, man. They'll eat them.
I know that part, but this is more of a supernatural story. But I'm just wondering if it's related to this shapeshifter witch kind of realm. You know what I mean? Just that kind of using a animal or using a bird as a useful tool for their own pleasure, or that sort of thing. I'm just curious.
Okay, I'll put it this way. I haven't heard like the falcon being used in black magic or witchcraft sorcery, but the owl, I think there's there's a reason. I think there's a reason for it. A certain reason. It's kind of maybe odd. It has to be because there's another type of witch, Scott, in Mexico that changes into a turkey, and it's kind of weird, man. But this witch turns into a turkey, man, and it's called that witch is called
Hold up.
it's called let me see. I have it written down here. It's harmful. Okay, it's Tlatetculos. It's like a Aztec or Mayan witch. It's an ancient witch. That witch, and I've seen those witches on videos of ghost explorers in Mexico. I've seen that witch in a tree, that turkey with a black cloak, a turkey with a cloak on. I've seen it, man, on video, and they still exist. That they're called a Tlatetculos. That's what that kind of witch is, because it's a Mayan witch. That's and they passed that knowledge down, that sorcery down through the daughters and the sons, and it's like a tradition. And that's the same thing with, like I say, American witches. They do the same thing because they do choose the daughters and the family members, and they're chosen. It's like a tradition. They pass that knowledge down to the initiated. Even their own family members, and a line, like a chain. Like a line, a chain. So that's the falcons. I don't know. I haven't heard it, but the other type is called a Tlatetculos. It's a shape-shifting witch that changes into a turkey. It's a Mexican turkey that it's in Mexico. They changed into that. Besides the owl witch, and there's another witch that I've seen this on video. The shape-shifting witch that changes into a fireball, a ball of fire, an orb of fire, and these things have been seen in Mexico many times, flying in the sky. These balls of fire on fire. Those witches are called Lagua Capuchi. Yeah, those are the fire witches. They're Lagua Capuchi. They're the Mayan, ancient Mayan. I don't want to overrun you with a lot of information, but I'm just, trying to help.
I like that. Share what you have, because we're trying to get to the bottom of this principality in the air, but it's also this shape-shifting concept of animals on the ground and in the air too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what you're talking about, and so yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
You know what else relates to this? The Navajo skinwalker, or the Native American skinwalker.
Yeah.
To me, they're the same. They're the same category, because the native skinwalker can turn into a wolf, and as a matter of fact, the Navajo Rangers had actually shot a coyote, and the ranger walks up to it, and in an instant, it was a man. Yeah. That's a true story. That's from these two retired Navajo Rangers, and they're on YouTube. I forgot their names, but they swear by the Bible, man, that they've seen they've shot they knew it was a skinwalker, and this one got shot, and it was under a bush. They can see the leg, the coyote leg was sticking out, and in 1 split second, it was a leg of a man, and with white powder. It was covered in like this white powder all over its legs and his arms and his body. And there's a man there. It was a coyote for a minute right there, and then it was instantly a man. So it's not like a long process, just like that quick. That power. That's a power that's that's dark magic.
The show is bringing out all that.
They can kill people with powders. They know herbals. They know plants. They know the poisonous plants. They can make poisons, and do all kinds of mischief. But I digress. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wolf has got a phone that's next to his thing, because I'm hearing a lot of feedback. He's got a phone. Something sounds like a phone going on next to the microphone or something. I don't know.
Mhm.
Wolf, you there, Wolf?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, because I'm getting a lot of when Jamie's talking, I'm getting a lot of feedback, screeching, distortion.
Yeah. I hope it's. Maybe I'll have my finger on the. Let me see. Okay.
Yeah, but this whole animal manifestation of is really interesting. Of the demonic realm is using animals that we know, but they're not what we think they are. Which is pretty scary. So I think Jamie signed off. I think, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
he probably signed off to declare. Maybe it was on his side too. I'm not sure.
I mean, I don't know. I thought it was maybe on his. I don't know, but I mean, it could have been on mine. I've never
you're good.
had a problem on Abe's show before.
Yeah, well, it was bleeding over. When he was talking, it would bleed over to your screen. And it was like just this kind of the delay, jibber jabber, talking kind of stuff,
Yeah.
electronic, just screeching kind of. I mean, this is not paranormal or anything, but just kind of electronic interference, some sort.
Maybe it was the witch of the ass that he was talking about.
No, man. You
Hey.
never know. You never know. What this realm can do. They can, if they can fly through ley lines and and put curses down on cities, that are flying through, using remote viewing or astral projection or whatever. Maybe there's a word that we don't even know. When they made these covenants with these, the high darkness generals and governors of the cities or whatever, and they're casting spells at night, and stuff on people, and then coming back to be saved and to talk about these things that we don't know, that they can penetrate this internet and surf the internet through electronic all the through the the computer world. That's
Abe,
probably a no-brainer, but I'm just saying that, because you don't know what they can do.
when
No, even the powers to be in this country, that are listening to this show, and they're not believers, and because if you're a believer, God is. You better not. You better not do things against God. As far as when you're committing yourself to Jesus Christ, and you start doing reneging on your promise to Jesus, there's repercussions for that. So obviously the NSA and the rest of these people, they're all listening. They know all these channels, everything that's been going on since this was started. So but yeah, that interference, who knows? I don't know.
well, the one witch he was talking about, Abe, didn't it translate to? I mean, wasn't that like? Did he say culo, dude? Like, what was that?
Which one? The turkey one?
Nah, the one he was talking about before the turkey one.
The owl.
Sound like
The
he was.
owl?
the witch of the ass. I was like, what?
Tocolote.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Tocolote. Tocolote. Sounds like culo. It's
Yeah,
called
for a minute there, it sounded like he said culo, and I was like, what? Like,
yeah. They're it's called let me see, I'll find it.
it sounded funny. I was like, the way he said it, though.
Well, again, it's his mother or grandmother giving him this information, and it's a word handed down by generation to generation about all the supernatural, and here we are, spreading it to people, which is.
So I don't doubt what he said, what he was saying. I'm just saying the name of it was weird,
Oh,
or
yeah.
the way I think it was the way he pronounced it, maybe.
Yeah, I can't follow Spanish. Yeah, I just asked Jamie about this falcon, story. I'll have to go back in my head about it, but it was kind of supernatural story, and I was trying to ask, everybody out there, even the comment people out there online, if they've had any story relating to, the dark forces using, a falcon as a, I don't know if the Indian word like totem, or maybe that's the wrong word, but as a conduit for some kind of a spiritual, using just the physical animal falcon as a skinwalker, airborne type creature, or a bird, using that particular bird, which is very special. That bird has a lot of, there's a lot of like it's the fastest bird that can travel. You look it up. I don't know how fast. I think when it takes a dive looking for its prey, it's like a missile coming down, and it's aerodynamically, but it's like really super fast.
I don't think I have any encounters that I've been given about falcons. Like I said, I'm trying to wrap my brain.
I just want to see if anybody knew. I'm gonna do my little story. I want to go back in my mind and try to piece this together. It's a short story, but it has an angle of the supernatural to it. I think I'm going to sign off because it's getting kind of late.
Okay, brother.
Abe,
I was gonna
Josh,
share the picture of the word that he was saying, the witch. Real quick. Which is right here. Tecolote.
Oh,
Tecolote.
wow.
That's what he meant.
And there's the yeah.
Tecolote. It almost spells elote like corn, but it's tecolote. See the owl?
Yeah. Well, that, the Bohemian Garden or Bohemian Grove in Northern California by, what is it? Humboldt? It's where they grow all the marijuana up there. But, I think I don't know if that meeting has happened yet or it's coming up. The Bohemian Grove elite meeting. I think that's coming up. But anyway, I'm going to sign off. So you guys take care. Praise the Lord. And I'll see you next time. Thanks, Abe.
There's sign there right there.
Everybody on there, thank you.
Hiding.
Peace.
Good night, brother.
Good night. Good night,
Take
Steve.
care.
Have a good one.
All right. Good night. All right. You too.
See you again.
Thank you, guys. All right. See you next time.
Good night, brother.
All right.
All right, good night.
Good night,
Let's
sir.
see what else is on here. There's got to be. It says there's somebody else waiting. We got 3 here. Oh. There we go. So, man, we're 4 hours already. Golly, I thought it was only 3.
Yeah.
Time flies. We're
It's
having a good time.
yep.
Yeah, the ones that I witnessed, they were huge, man. I think there was one time I was doing a live in the backyard when I first started doing lives. I was doing it off my cell phone on YouTube, and as I was doing the live, and I was gonna finish the live, I seen something peeking from behind the acorn tree. I'm like, what the hell is that? And I see like somebody going like this, looking at me. Then they go hide behind a tree, and they're like standing on the ground. What the hell is that? And I was like maybe just my imagination. So as I'm finishing the live, then it shows me the whole body, and it's a white owl looking at me, standing on the ground. As I looked at it, and it's looking at me, I thought it was going to try to attack me. So I got the shirt ready to block it from scratching me or whatever, right? Instead of coming at me, it flies away and goes over the fence. Like it was pretty big. Well, that one was only like 4.5 feet. Well, no, I measured it. It was like 5.5 feet tall. I went to the point where it was standing. It was standing on the ground behind a tree.
5.5 feet
Was
tall.
What was it? A white owl? Was it a white owl? Or was it a white witch? What was it? Yeah, it was like 5.5 feet tall.
Hey, you know the owls? They turn their head. You know, they like right to left, right. This owl was peeking like a man. You know, like you're playing peekaboo. You know, you move like that to the side. It was doing that because that's a human characteristic. You know.
I know.
I mean,
that's why I had the shirt ready.
With the shoulders like that, you know, just like.
Yeah, it didn't move the head. It moved his body and it's looking at me like that, just staring at me.
Oh man!
Alive, and he goes back, and then it sticks the whole body, you know, like the whole body out, and it's looking at me
like a human. That's creepy.
He just flies over the tree.
Mm-hmm.
There was one day that the brother Josh, and we're talking about falcons. You know, he's talking about falcons.
Yeah,
that's what I seen. Some kind of falcon. Freaking! I was driving. It was late. I was driving up to my house. I seen something standing on the freaking road, man. By where I live, I have to go around just turn and then go park my vehicle. He's standing on the road, and it's freaking tall. And I'm like, what the F is that? And I stop the car, and it flies, and it goes up to the tree. So I crack my window. I'm not looking, and it's just looking at me from the tree. So as I start praying, it flies away from the tree, and it flies real fast through front of the houses, and it goes to like the 4th house. What it was, I don't know, but it was standing in the freaking road and wasn't moving, like letting me know this is my territory. What that was, looked like a falcon. I think there's some kind of bird called the Texas falcon or something like that. It's pretty big, and that's what I'm thinking it was. But it was tall.
Damn.
I think I had took a screenshot of the tree it was sitting on, but I wasn't able to capture the picture of it while it was standing in the road. So you can see how big it was.
Yeah.
It was almost as big as a car.
You know, Abe, an owl. What's the top height when they're full grown? I mean, 5 foot. That's almost as tall as just a little under my height, man. 5 foot.
That's the Texas 4.5 feet, to my understanding, for the Texas owl. height wise.
Uh-huh.
The wingspans, I don't know, like 8. I don't know how big the wingspan. But height wise, I hear it's 4.5
Okay, that's pretty big.
owl. But
Yeah,
that,
just
that was no owl. The way
that
it was
wasn't no
looking
owl.
at me, it's all right. You're gonna come here. You're gonna die here tonight. I
Yeah,
would have, man. I would have looking at that, man. They might have clawed me, left a mark. It would have been dead.
yeah. Because
Well, hey, Jim, jump off,
You're
man.
those owls, Brother Josh, were you out there working night security?
Oh yeah, yeah. The biggest one I saw was probably 2.5, 3 feet. It was a big one, tall. Maddie saw one. Reese, well, she doesn't know what it was. She said, "What did she say it was?"
I thought maybe it was a vulture.
No, because it was at 3 in the morning.
Maybe the vulture got lost.
I don't think so. I don't think it got lost. I think it was something else, man. But she saw a humongous bird had like an 8-foot wingspan. It scared the hell out of her.
ooh,
Oh shit!
damn, man. I mean,
Probably
yeah,
seen
that
her
freaks
as
me
food.
out.
She's so tiny.
Especially when it's like 3 a.m, dude. There's no.
Oh yeah.
It's like who knows what that is. But she's Hispanic too, so she knows about the lechuza. I mean,
Uh-huh.
you know.
Yeah, they're real. They're probably there's who knows. There's probably still lechuzas in Texas. They got to be, man. I don't think they're white. You know, they're gone. You never know. There's probably new ones. You know, they're coming up. You know, in the ranks, or I don't know how to put it, but you know what I mean, Abe. There's probably some new lechuzas out there, man. I mean, I don't think they went away. You know,
Yeah.
up to no good.
It's great. You know, I lost some family members, and
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, man.
it's a never ending situation where it's spiritual warfare. I mean, that's the way it
Yeah,
is.
I mean,
It continues
I don't take it
to be
lightly.
that way.
Mm-mm. That kind of witchcraft, I don't take it lightly, Abe. That's dangerous, man. I mean, I don't know how to how to put it, man. It's just I don't hate anyone to be a target, you know.
All right, I'm gonna jump off,
Yeah.
man. I'm really tired, but it was good meeting you, Jaime, and check
Hey,
out our show too.
same here, Josh. I get on your show, man. Sometimes I get on your show. I listen to your show too, man. So I get on there.
He's got open mic nights, right, Brother Josh?
Come on Monday. Do what, Abe?
He said he's got open mic nights also.
Yeah, Monday. Yeah, on
Yeah.
Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure. He comes on, and so does Richard. What's his name? So, and
Okay.
Pastor
Yeah,
Tony.
you sound tired, Brother Josh.
Yeah, I'm exhausted, dude.
Get
So
some rest,
yeah, I don't
brother.
blame you, man. You're
Thank you
all
for
that
jumping
work
on.
and hey, yeah, it was good to talk.
Check
It's
out
good to
Rebel,
meet.
man.
It's good to know you, man.
Rebel always
All right,
wants
Josh.
to hit me up with the treats. See him? They're Rebel.
All right, guys.
Okay, Josh. We'll see you, man.
Good night, brother.
Buenas noches. Good night.
So we had a pretty good show, man. 4 hours.
Yeah.
No, I was trying to do a 2 hour show, but you know it's been getting pretty good here at nighttime. And we
Yeah,
have
it's
the
good, eh?
night owls that jump on at
Uh-huh.
nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I saw.
Lechuzas that take many forms,
I
man.
saw.
I've heard many stories
Mm-hmm.
of this Lechuzas, you know, where they can capture them by saying certain prayers backward. I think the Our Father backwards or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Rosary, they're able to capture them, and I mean, growing up in the Rio Grande Valley, you know, I remember, you know, since we're talking about them, where there was people saying that there was a lechuza, a big lechuza, on top of the courthouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we walked down. We lived like 4. Let me see, 1, 2, three, 4 blocks, and the fourth block will be the courthouse because we live down the main street. And we walked all the way over there, all my brother and sister with my mother to check out this lechuza, saying that it was big. So we go and we see the lechuza standing up there on the courthouse. So the police show up. You know, the police station is right there by the courthouse. So the policemen show up, and the lechuza backs away from the top of the courthouse.
That's
So
weird.
They go up there and unlock the door, and they go search. Next, what they find up there is not a lechuza, but it's a naked man that's naked on top of the courthouse.
Oh
So
man.
what it was, and they brought him down. They put something on him. They brought him down and took him to the county jail. So the story was
What
that this
the
man
hell?
was that he went to a convention, believe it or not, to a convention of witches in San Antonio. You know how we talk about San Antonio? They had a meeting over there, a convention for all the witches and warlocks.
Yeah.
So
What
that he chose to save money, he chose to take the manifestation of the lechuza to travel back to Mexico. But he said he got tired of flying and was taking a break on top of the courthouse.
Oh shit. Oh my
They brought
god.
a man wrapped up. It was an older man. He was up there in age, man. They were trying to figure out how he got on top of the courthouse, but he was released.
He was naked, man. Abe, this you can't make that shit up, man. That is, I believe it. Man, that is crazy, Abe. That is like, can you imagine if you never went through this, Abe, and you heard this? Like, what the hell? What he took steps back, like a human being. He was in an owl
He
form.
was in the form of the lechuza. When the cops showed up there, he backed up.
He backs up like a human
form.
Yeah.
He changed form to a man. You know.
Yeah. That
they were asking him, how'd you get up here, and he told them the truth. You know. I don't know. They kept him in jail or they let him go. I don't know what they did.
Yeah. That is, and he was butt naked, Abe. No, he had no underwear on, nothing.
But naked, you know. I mean, when they turn into the lechuza, you know, you don't see a lechuza flying around with clothes on.
Yeah, that's true.
Flying with the calzones and pants are naked.
some white, some butt huggers, some tantarans. You don't.
They're naked. The guy was naked.
Encuerado. Wow, that is crazy, man. I believe it. Damn, man. Yeah, he era un brujo, a warlock. You know, that is crazy. He steps back when the cops show up. Like, Jesus, man.
He was in the form of the owl or the lechuza, but then when he stepped back, they went to go up there and found him up. They found him up there naked.
There's no steps to go up to the roof, huh? Abe, there's no like inside the.
You have to climb the inside to go up to the roof.
Okay. And they have like a door. You could there's like a door, like a
you have to go up to the ceiling. But yeah,
but you have to be inside. Yeah, outside there's no ladders outside or nothing. Nada. It was just
there was no ladders.
Ladders, nothing.
The only way to climb to the ceiling is through the stairs in the inside.
In the inside. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And man, that is how can that? You know, and you think about it, how could that be? Well, he was a witch. You know, era brujo. Oh man, yeah, he was a warlock, a sorcerer.
Long Jaime, it's already 4:15.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to say thank you for jumping on. You know.
Yeah.
Thank you to all the viewers that are here tonight. That always show up, man. We got some night owls, man, that show up tonight. Night owls and the roosters.
With some gallos, some night owls. I wish I could keep up with them, you know. But I had to come on tonight, man. I had to come on. Hey, it was good. It was sabroso. Estaba sabroso la plática, you know. So I had to come on.
You know, what's crazy right now is only 3:17, and people keep on coming, man. They keep on jumping on. So
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, the lechuzas, man. I encounter them a lot, and they're very real in the Rio Grande Valley.
Uh-huh. So there's some real
Is
black
there any
magic.
final words you would like to say, brother? Because I know you're getting a
Um,
little bit tired.
yeah, I would like to go on, but if you're tired, Abe, that's cool, man. I understand.
What do
Uh,
you want to share to the viewers? We've got 37 still.
oh, I got a little story, but I can save it for next time.
Go ahead.
No problem.
No, share the story.
I'll save it. Okay, I got one little story, but it's not about this the luchizas. This is like a UFO story. Abe, this happened, and it's short. Okay, my friend, he had a UFO sighting. We live in the same town, right? He had a UFO sighting. Abe, the UFO was so close, it was hovering above the church. The one I go to, I was baptized. It was hovering above the church. It was like a triangle, Abe. It was glowing, and the light dimmed. My friend was out. He took a picture. It was like right across the street from him. He took a picture of it. He called me because, hey man, I saw a UFO, man. You got to trip on this picture. I'm gonna show you. I went to his house, and he showed me a picture. Now we were tripping. Like, wow, man, that's crazy. That's you got a UFO, man. And he had took two pictures of it when it was glowing, and then when it was a triangle. The light dimmed on it, and it became, you could see the triangle form, and it was above the church, man, the Catholic Church. Well, that same day, yeah, because it was the night before that he took the pictures. Trip out on this, and this you might not be much. This might not be much, but I noticed this. A guy, our town was mostly Hispanic. There's very few white people. Okay, this white guy comes in the truck. Shows up in a truck, an older truck, and he's like about 25 years old around there. He comes to the house. Abe, he knocks on the door. Me and my friend were right there talking about this, and this guy shows up. And he looks out of place, man. He looked out of place. He's knocking. He goes, "Hey, who lives next door here? I'm a contractor. I'm gonna work on that roof on the house next door." And he was talking to my friend. He knocked. My friend answered. He goes, "Hey, what are you looking for? Who are you looking for?" It was bullshit. Okay, the guy. This is something I noticed. I could feel it, man. I could see the guy. Oh man, this guy's not a contractor. He asked my friend, we're outside when we come outside to talk to him, and he's like, we're looking at him, and he's just there staring at his house, looking at the house next door, and he goes, "Hey, you guys got an alley back there?" Hey, this guy was not a contractor. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, after he had the sighting. This guy shows up. He was like a cockroach going across a white rug, man. Like it was fake. The guy was, you know what I'm saying? No, he was not a contractor. This guy was there to investigate what he saw the night before. I know it, man. I feel it. You know what I'm saying, Abe? This guy, you just could tell. This guy's this guy's acting. This guy's he's performing, man. This guy's not here to fix. We know the neighbor. The neighbor had no plans to do any work on the house. None. He came to my buddy's house.
What was that? He was asking questions.
Yeah, he was just asking questions, and they were odd. Like, really, you're a contractor? And he was young, man. He was really young, and he looked out of place. I go, this guy. He looked like he was from not from where we live, And I this guy came to investigate. You know what I'm saying? He came to investigate what happened. He came to check us out and see maybe we would bring it up, or he didn't ask us about the UFO, but it was odd, man. It was odd, Abe. You ever get that feeling like this guy ain't this guy's something else, this guy ain't who he says he is. And I just had that feeling. I got that feeling, and I told Mark, "Hey, Mark, I told you, bro, that guy's investigating, dude. He's checking us out, man, because of what you saw last night, And I just feel it, man. I just know it, Abe. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember you told me you had a situation like that before too. Didn't you? You told me you had some soldiers come to your house. You told me a while back. You told us that you had some guys come to your house to investigate. They were like from the military, and you knew that. What are you doing here? What do you want with me? I'm out. I'm already out. I don't know if you remember, but it was something similar to that, Abe. I think I did tell you before on the text, but I just remembered, and I just wanted to share that with you live, but I'm just saying, they're just strange. It was strange. You know what I mean? It may not be much, but it was strange, Abe, because I remember you told me you had military guys go to your house. Like, asking you about something you saw. I don't know if you remember, but
Yeah.
anyway, you know what I'm saying? If you don't, I mean,
They,
it's
they
cool.
showed up with they showed up with the dark SUVs, and
Yeah.
then for like 2 days later after that, there's black choppers flying around with no symbol or no insignia on them, just dark choppers.
Uh-huh.
Uh, hitting the area where I had my encounter with the spotlights, like
Uh-huh.
they're searching for something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then you hear
See,
a low pitch whistle, like they're calling something. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, they're calling their asset. You know what they call it? Their assets. Their assets.
It was a so
They're-
low pitch of a sound that it would hurt your ears.
Uh-huh.
Like they were like you could hear it. I'm like, what the hell is that noise? And they
Mm-hmm.
would only come out at nighttime when to
Yeah.
make that low pitched noise.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they I think the government was involved of that area,
Uh-huh.
and I've seen people come out of that area dressed all in
Yeah.
black, like
Mm-hmm.
military guy personnel. It's kind of like
But
like those outfits, so like in Bruce Lee when he's all in black, but
yeah, yeah. They're like,
with their gear, but then
uh-huh.
they have
It's all
night
a
vision
uniform.
on.
Uh-huh.
I could see
Yeah.
the night vision goggles strapped on their head, and they're
Uh-huh.
looking. And then they
Yeah.
would take off. They sit down by the picnic table,
Mm-hmm.
and they put the night vision goggles on the
Yeah.
picnic table, because I could see
Uh-huh.
the light, the night vision goggles. They see
Yeah.
them, they put them back on, and they go back into the woods like they're searching for something.
Uh-huh. Oh man, come on. Hey, those guys, that's a special unit. You know what I mean, Abe? That's their job. That's their uniform, Abe. I'm just saying, that's their
Yeah,
uniform. That's their department. They got to go take care of their asset, or it maybe got out of control, you know. And they don't have no insignia. How they have no insignia now, but they're all dressed the same.
They knew I was in the woods because they kept on calling my name to get out of there.
Oh
Get
yeah,
out
yeah.
of there.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah. They knew
I
you
had
were
that.
there already.
They had
Yeah.
incident. Then when I was in the military, I had another incident like that where something happened to the tank. We witnessed something that we were
Mm-hmm.
supposed to see. They confiscated the equipment, and then they told us that just people came, and then they said they made us on a piece of paper. And they told
Mm-hmm.
us whatever you seen here today is between us. If
Confidential.
you say
Yeah.
anything about it, we'll be coming for you. That's what they told
Uh-huh.
me.
Uh-huh. What the hell is that, man? Abe, who are these people? You know what I mean? It's like the conspiracy theories, man. I mean, the deep black, Abe. I believe they're. Hey, what department, what division of the military are you guys? Are you guys CIA? Are you guys fucking? What are you
That's
guys?
what
You
they
guys
told
are
me. They're
CIA?
gonna be. They told me we'll be back. We'll be back for you. We'll come for you. And I
Uh
just
huh.
laughed. I said, "Man, you come for me. You ain't gonna leave. you
Yeah.
ain't gonna
Yeah. I'm like,
leave. You're gonna
uh
come.
huh.
It's gonna be the last time that you're gonna be coming for anybody." That's what
Yep.
they didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Basically,
Yeah.
they indirectly threatened me,
Uh
saying
huh.
that
Yeah.
if I say anything to anybody of what I seen
Yeah.
with the equipment, something dealing with the tank, that they were gonna
Mm-hmm.
come for me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, what the hell is that about? You can't ask them,
Well,
like, who you guys with? You know.
that's the government, man.
Yes, the government aid. That's those special departments, man. I mean,
The,
I don't think
the
they're up to
deep
no good,
sales,
man. I mean,
the
huh?
deep sales, the
Yeah,
people that say, "Hey, man, these people seen this. It's top secret."
yeah.
Put them out. I
The
said,
deep,
"Well, make them promise they're not going to say nothing. If they do say something, then take them out."
yeah,
And
the
I'm
deep
talking
black.
about take them out to McDonald's.
Yeah, take me to Big Mac over here, man. Sure. Yeah, I just want to mention that. I just wanted to share that. It may not sound much, but yeah, there was something that the guy wasn't who he was, man. The guy was acting, and he didn't have that black uniform, but he was trying to look like a regular dude. But this guy was not from there, man. I knew like practically everybody in that town, in our town. I could recognize everybody, mostly anybody there. If there's somebody moves there, knew a white guy from wherever, Minnesota, I'll know, I'll see him. I'll
Yeah.
eventually. Oh, there's a new guy in town. I would know it. But this guy was he just shows up next day in the morning. Me and Mark were still talking about this, and then this guy comes over. I'm like, oh, you want to know why you're gonna work on the roof? Who are you working for? Oh, I'm a contractor. You know,
there's agents
bullshit.
like that, and then you got other things in the spirit realm that
Yeah.
spiritual other
hmm
ballots that come at you too.
Yeah.
Give you
There's a lot of.
ultimatums or try to offer you something. That's
Mm-hmm.
why you gotta maintain your heavenly love foundation and play Jesus Christ first.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't want to run into those guys. I don't need the government to threaten me. You know, hey, you just shut up. Don't you just be quiet and don't say nothing. You know, and sign this paper if you know
I
what's good for
run
you.
into them all the time at the VA, man. Also, they
Mm-hmm.
know where I've been. They know I do the podcast. So, you know, they
Mm-hmm.
think they know me, but they don't know me. Uh,
Yeah.
Follow me around, bump into
Mm-hmm.
me, trying to see if they can get me pissed off or, trigger whatever they think the PTSD is, but I just ignore
Yeah.
them. And, I just continue to do what I do. I don't
Mm-hmm.
they can try to intimidate me all to when they bump into me, they kind of like bounced off of me because I'm a solid guy, man. So they're
Yeah.
like, oh
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
this one is not one to fuck with. Let's leave
Yeah. I
him
hear you. Abe.
alone. Yeah. Leave
Yeah.
me
I
leave
mean,
me
you took out
alone,
a lot of
guys.
fools. Uh huh. You took out a lot of fools in the
They, they,
army. They lined them up trying to
yeah,
take you out. No, you flipped it on them.
yeah,
Wow,
they
man.
know where I've been. They know.
Yeah.
They know that
Yeah.
everything about me. But is
Mm-hmm.
there anything you would
You
like
know.
to say to the viewers, brother?
Hey, I want to say thank you guys for being here, man, and enjoying the show and sharing with us. And I'm glad I'm here. Had a good time, and hope everybody else had a good time too. And
Open mic
we'll
night
see you
tomorrow
again tomorrow. You gonna be here
or
tomorrow,
tonight.
Abe,
Tonight,
or
open
tonight?
mic
Yeah,
night.
okay. We'll see you guys tonight. We'll see everybody tonight, and hope you had a good time because I did. Hope everybody else did too. So have a good night, folks. Have a good one, and we'll see you tonight. So God bless you and sleep tight. All right, Abe. We'll see you, bro. We'll see you, brother. God bless
All
you.
righty, brother. Have a good one.
All right. You too.
Well, there you go, brothers and sisters. We're in 4 hours tonight, almost 30 minutes. I just want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in here tonight for Werewolf Wednesday. Uh, as y'all seen, whoever was here, y'all seen my cousin Mario Marua. Marua said that his cousin Jesse is hanging in there. It's a hard word ahead for him. He's got to do a lot of therapy, so he's focused on doing the what he's supposed to be doing. So, but he said he's doing good. In spite that it's going to be a hard road for recovery, but I know how cousin Jesse is. He's a very strong will minded person, and I know that he'll become better. So I'm just giving him his space so he can do his rehab, so he can get back on track. Yeah, we talk about a lot of things. We went from werewolves to all kinds of things, the witches, but it's all kind of affiliated with each other. You can leave gypsies alone. No, gypsies are witches too. Gypsies, you know, when they talk about werewolves, uh, that the werewolves uh, that they're created, they're summoned through magic. So this we can share. We talk about next Werewolf Wednesday, dealing with gypsies. And in which I did have an encounter with a gypsy uh, in Germany, and it wasn't the person that I met. Just put it that way. But she was a bruja, a witch. But I don't want to keep y'all too late. Now as you want me to say the gypsy story, I'll say the gypsy story, but I need to see some thumbs up. You want me to say the gypsy story of the encounter I had in Erlangen, Germany, when I was stationed in Erlang and Ferris Barracks when I was 19, 20 years old. I'll share it with you. And it's dealing with the Strawberry Fest Witch. That's what the story is about. Or we could save it for Bruja Friday. It's up to y'all. Okay, we see Sister Annette, Sister Ivy. We got Bogun with a thumbs up. Sister Bounty, in the location where Ferris Barracks was, there's a lot of crazy stuff. Like, for example, in the economy, certain parks, like the parks, they had like bronze or metal statues of dark shadow beings because they were all black, standing in the park like they're walking in a line formation. That's one thing that I noticed. The other thing that I noticed was in the main town square, they had a big old statue of Poseidon or Neptune, whatever you want to call them. And I started seeing on the buildings, I guess, remnants of paganism, right? That's what I would see. So there was one day where I was at this little bar called B15s, and I went to, let me see what's the matter with this. I was at this bar called B15s, and I was drinking, and then there was this beautiful woman, young. I figured she was around my age. She looked like a model, and she sat down right beside me, and I freaked out that she sat down beside me, and as we were drinking, she started talking to me, and I started talking to her, and she said, as we were talking, she said that she was a gypsy. That's what she told me. And she had like a certain perfume on her, smelled very good. So I'm sitting there by her, and I was like, since she said she was a gypsy, I said, is it true about the werewolf? Is that true? And she said that the werewolf does exist, but that the werewolf is summoned by the gypsy witches. That's what she said, that they're summoned. And then she said there's some that are cursed. That's all she said. So I left it at that, right? So we're drinking, and the night passes away, and it's closing time, and we get up and we're walking outside. We're walking, and she's got a bike. Germans like riding bikes, and I asked her if I could walk her home or whatever. So she said, sure. So we're walking and talking, and I walked her to her home, and I still had to walk. I was halfway to the billets, and she told me since it said, if you want to, you can spend the night here at my house on the couch, because you still got a long ways to go to the billets. And I told her okay, So we walked in, and she went into her room. It was like a little apartment, 2 rooms. The kitchen and the living room were in the same room, and then the other room was a bedroom. So I go lay down on the couch, because we have been drinking all night, and I lay down on the couch as I'm dozing off. She comes to the door, and the customs are different in Germany, so she's literally naked, right? And she tells me if I want to, I can sleep in the bed with her. So I get up, and I was the beer and the liquor that I was drinking was hitting me. So I walked to the room with her, and she lay down, and she naked, but I was, feeling the buzz. So I laid down with my clothes right beside her. I didn't take my clothes off or anything like that. So as I'm laying beside her, I doze off because, like I said, I was feeling the beer and the liquor. So I doze off, and what woke me up from my sleep was I'm hearing something hitting something, like a thumping sound, thump, thump. So I wake up and I go like this. She's not laying beside me. So as I'm looking, the room is dark. I see somebody blocking the doorway of the bedroom and the, I guess, living room kitchen. And they're sitting Indian style, blocking the door. I'm looking at it, and I'm looking, and I seen the those mirrors that they can stand up to look at your body. The mirror's broken, and they're thumping the piece of glass on the ground. They're bleeding from the hand. But as I'm looking, I was like, that's not the that's not the girl. What I'm looking at is an old woman that's naked, real skinny, bony. Her hair looks freaked out. Her eyes are rolled back white, and there's like foam coming out of her mouth, like she got the rabies or something. And she keeps on slamming the piece of glass on the on the floor. I see the restroom, and she's not there. The girl is not there. The only thing that's there is me and that old lady. And I'm like, what the hell? It's like, then I started thinking about it, and I was like, how is this possible? So I get up real slowly, and I go around her. As I'm going around her, she's stomping on the with the glass, and she's bleeding out her hand. She's stomping. When I'm passing right beside her, she stops, and I'm like, oh shit, like she senses that I'm right there beside her. I go around her. When I go into the other room, I walk backwards just in case she tries to charge me with the piece of shredded glass. Uh, I go to the door, and there's all kinds of freaking locks and chains all the way up, like 7 or 8 of them. So I'm looking, and I'm looking, and taking up the chains and unlocking the bolt. And finally, I open the door. When I open the door, I'm looking. I take off. I take off running because I don't know what I'm dealing with. And man, I booked it. I've never ran. I mean, I'm a pretty fast guy, but that day, even the fastest runner in the world wouldn't have been able to beat me because I was flying. I was flying, and I kept on looking back because I was seeing an image of this old lady flying in the air, and I was praying because I wanted to block that image, right? So I didn't even go through the main gate. I ran to where my billets was and jumped over the fence. The fence was like 12 to 13 feet high, and I was jumped over it. That's how freaked out I was what I witnessed. So I tell my brother Tony and Michael, the guys I want to go visit, and well, my friend that got married recently. I told them what had happened. They were making fun of me. They were saying, "Oh, you're afraid of the female, blah blah blah." I said, "No, it happened to me." So there was this, like a week passed by, and then they say, "Hey, let's go to the Strawberry Fest." That's what he said. So it's called the Strawberry Fest, and they have big old mugs of beer, and we're drinking, as we were drinking, my friends, they were like, I guess they were trying to scare me, and they said, "We wanna we wanna show you something." So there, I went from the fest, and we're walking down the stairs, and said, "We want to show you why they do this fest. This fest is dedicated to the Strawberry Fest witch. It's a witch did they do this fest for? They say there's a story that they told me. They say that she comes out every year, always looking for a young man to sleep with her so she can drain his life source, so she can remain to look young. That's what she told me. They told me. I said, this is her statue. When I look at the statue of the witch, it wasn't the statue of the old lady. It was a statue of the girl that I encountered in the bar that said was a gypsy. The way she looked, that's the way the statue looked, exactly like her. And I looked at her and I told my friends, that's her. That's the girl that I ran into. So in front of the statue there was a park bench that went back out there to drink, and I stayed sitting down there. There was a pond and everything, and I was just sitting on the chair, remembering what happened. But then I got up and I just walked back to the fest, but I didn't. I stopped drinking. I just wanted to share their story with you. That the dead witch were lure a young man to sleep with her because they think that they're sleeping with a young woman, but it's really the witch that she drains their life source to remain young. Uh, that's the story I wanted to share with y'all. True story that happened to me. That happened to me in. Oh, it's not letting me. Let's see something here. Yeah, I just wanted to finish that. That'll be my story to finish the night, brothers and sisters. What I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to find that statue. You know, try to Google it or something so I can show you how this witch looked like. I guess when she was young. I'm not able to. Well, there you go. You're very welcome, brother Yizamizo. I was only 19 years old when that happened. Or I didn't know we came back. I was 20. 20. Spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters. But I'll end that with this, with that story tonight. Come join us later on tonight for open mic night. You know, anybody that's got a story. I think tomorrow's open mic night won't be just a one subject. It'll be about anything, you know, anything that anybody wants to share from any different aspect, right? A different, which is a genre. Y'all can come and join and share whatever stories you want to share here tomorrow. I mean, later on tonight. And saying that, brothers and sisters, thank you, brother Yuzimizo, everybody, sister Ivy, everybody in the chat, people that came from. Thank you for the support. For those that didn't see the show that I did, let me see. I'll tell you the name of the show. Maybe I can share it here. Let me see if I can share it. If y'all haven't watched it, it just came out today. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's not showing me the link. It's on What Lurks. What Lurks Beneath podcast. I did a show there. Retired military warns of terrifying truth in our woods. Let me see if I can see it there. But it's on there on the podcast. What Lurks Beneath podcast. Thank you for those that came in, tune in from there. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the likes and the comments that y'all leaving behind from that episode or the podcast. We'll go back in there and answer if anybody got any questions for me. You want to ask questions about that show, you're more than welcome. I'll go in there and I'll answer them. Thank you, Sister Claire, for tuning into that. But in saying that, brothers and sisters, good night, everybody. God bless y'all. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Always remember to maintain a heavenly love foundation always. And have a blessed day, everybody. This is Brother Abe Cias, Sarn Cias. Of course, I'll show the shirt that I got on here since it was Werewolf Wednesday. This is Brother Abe Cias signing off from Werewolf Wednesday. Y'all have a blessed day. Peace out, everybody.